Reese.
The victim, Mr. Reese, was a violation.
The victim on Reese.
The victim's on Zoom, Mr. Reese.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-01255. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Reese. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Houseworth on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Reese, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Mark Reese? Yes. All right. And then there is a Christopher Welsh on the Reese case here in the Zoom room. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the defendant is going to plead guilty to an added count 2 of domestic violence with a sentencing agreement pursuant to 7694A.
So it's a second and he's going to plead to the first?
No, Your Honor. At this point, it's charged as an aggravated assault.
Okay.
So the people would be amending it to a domestic violence pursuant to 750.812. That is a 93-day and or $500. And then the Killebrew agreement would be that he be sentenced pursuant to 769.4A.
Count two. Domestic assault. I'll restate that for the record. My understanding is the defendant's going to plead guilty to an added count 2 of domestic assault under 750.812. That being 93 days and or $500. There's a Killebrew of 769.4A status. Is that right, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
All right.
And Your Honor, just add to that, the defense would also be requesting that the court dismiss the PA-53 no contact violation in consideration for that plea.
Ms. Housefield?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people take no position recognizing that that's an order of the court. I do have an officer here present as well as the victim, so the people are ready to proceed, but I will leave that in the court's discretion.
I'm not going to dismiss a no contact order. A violation of the no contact order. But we don't have time to do the hearing this morning. We could probably do it this afternoon.
Yeah, I approach.
You may. It's not I don't see it as part of the agreement, so.
Well, she can't technically make it part of the agreement. It's
Right.
not her charge.
All right, after some discussions at the bench, we'll address the PA-53 violation after we do the plea. So Ms. Sutter, may I inquire of a client of his advice of rights on the misdemeanor?
Yes.
All right, so sir, you understand that you have the ultimate penalty that you're pleading to could be 93 days and or $500. All right. You understand that if you plead today, you'll be giving up the following trial rights and I'll walk you through those trial rights. All right, sir? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. You're to be tried by, you're giving up the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter. She would cross-examine or contest any charges brought against you at trial. You have the right to have any court order any witnesses that you may need for your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have a right to have to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement we talked about, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up any trial rights or appeal, because you won't be having a trial today. You'll be pleading guilty. Is it my understanding you wish to waive these rights today and plead guilty today? All right. And you're pleading guilty to this case because you are guilty of domestic assault under what you're pleading to us. All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back. Raise your right hand. I know I don't have to do this, but I'm gonna do it. Solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to April 14th of 2022 at the offense location of Georgetown Boulevard in the city of Lansing. Were you at that Georgetown Boulevard in the city of Lansing address on April 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And at the time, did you come into, what makes you guilty of an assault of Christopher Welsh? You hit him? All right. And when you hit him, it was not in self-defense. Okay. And so it was an offense of touching of another. Did you want to take the factual basis for the relationship, or did you want to take the factual basis for the ag assault?
I believe the charge he's pleading to would be appropriate, the domestic violence.
Okay, so the relationship would have been.
They resided together.
Okay. And it is true that at one point in time, you lived in the same dwelling of Mr. Mark Reese. I'm sorry, of Mr. Christopher Welsh.
Yes.
All right. So I find as to Mark Reese, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Any questions, Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the plea to be understanding, voluntarily, and accurately made. There's a Killebrew agreement of 769-4A. We'll refer to probation at this time. So you're to report to probation within 48 hours of today. If you're here now, you might as well get it done now, right? All right, and Ms. Sutter will help you walk down there and tell you where it is. Date of sentencing
April 18th at 1:30.
will be April 18th at 1:30. Anything else on the guilty plea? And then we'll address the PA 53 violation in a moment. Ms. Housefield.
No, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so as to this file, April 18th is when they'll take all the information, prepare a report for me. As to the PA 53 violation, it's my understanding that the allegation was that you went back to your house and you went back to the residence and you couldn't get somebody to go with you. Is that correct?
All right.
All right. I'm gonna dismiss the PA 53 violation at this time with the understanding that there's a continued no contact order with Mark Reese, all right, with that location until you hear differently, just to keep yourself, from getting arrested today. I understand the nature of that PA 53 violation. We'll dismiss it today, but you still have a no contact order, the same as you always have. And then later on down the line, if probation indicates they'll talk to Mr. Reese, they'll talk to yourself, and we'll address that in the future, okay? But for right now, let's just keep both of you apart, okay?
And just one question, Your Honor. He still hasn't been able to retrieve his personal items from the house. Does he still have permission with a police officer to go and retrieve items?
He does, but why don't you wait until he talks to probation so that they're involved in it?
Okay. He also has a new address to update.
Oh, let's do that too.
But understood, Your Honor. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna dismiss the PA 53 violation. PA 53, I'm gonna continue no contact.
And Your Honor, what he's telling me right now, the new address is where Mr. Welsh is living, that the stuff is at.
Yes.
I don't know if that's possible to have a new address at the, at the, at the no contact zone.
Mhm.
So.
No, I signed this. And
Okay, so what is it you're trying to do? Because you're leaving or because you're trying to get yourself?
this breaks I'm trying to get. I moved in December. This person moved with me in December. I didn't know I had a December.
Okay, so. didn't know.
At the previous answer, yes, at the new address. That's where my stuff is.
So, Your Honor, what he's saying is, before this case started with him, he and the complaining witness moved locations from where the offense location is and from where the no contact order, I think specifically lists the home house.
I have the no contact order as just missing, as just indicating Mr. Welsh.
Just wherever he lives.
Yeah, I have, Mark Reese had direct contact with Mr. Welsh. That was the note. Let's see what the,
I think we understand, Your Honor. He,
not to be within 2,000 feet of work, home, or school.
okay.
So,
Sometimes a specific house is listed as the address, so. Okay.
yeah, this was no contact with the victim in the case.
Right, so you have permission with the police officer one time to go to where he is.
All right, but wait till you talk to probation, make sure they're involved in this, since you're talking to probation today. So I have continued no contact with victim. I'm gonna dismiss the PA 53, continue no contact with victim. Ms. Housefield, anything else on this file?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we'll see you on April 18th, sir, okay? All right,
Your Honor, if you would just let Mr. Welsh know that he can go, I can send him an email.
I will. Mr. Welsh,
Yeah.
you're all set today, okay? And then
Thank-
Ms. Housefield can send you an email, all right?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
It's on the fifth floor, so just go one floor down. Any questions?
What's next, Ms. Housefield?
I don't know if Ms. Sutter has any that are ready.
Well, that kind of depends on who is
Fair.
So Damian Beasley is here and Keith Harrison is here. And Johnny Chicago.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Order the one push.
Mr. Bush.
I have live. I think we'll just set it for trial. I'm not dismissing it, well, unless the prosecutor really needs it. Would the person on the fire tablet please identify yourself? Oh, he's not connected. Would the person on the fire tablet please identify yourself? That's you, sir.
I ain't on the fire tab.
Sir, what's your name?
Oh, Tyrone Tim Houston.
Okay, Mr. Houston. All right. You're in the right place, Mr. Houston. I would mute yourself or else the court can hear you. But you're in the right place.
Mhm.
You might be like, what you probably get done yet. Probably make sure doing a roll call.
Your Honor, Mr. Beasley's file is going to be a nollie.
Okay.
Is that something that you would like to wait and have him here on, or may he leave and we can do the paperwork at the end of the morning when we have a break?
He's here right now.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, we can call him next if you want, or
I just don't have anybody to do it. Oh,
with their.
okay, fair. Would you do a nollie on Beasley? And then we can call that one, Your Honor.
All right. So on the record in docket 22-006-909. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Austin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Davion Beasley, sir.
Oh, we're doing Beasley?
Sorry, that was
Okay.
just the nollie so that we could.
All right.
Him.
Let's do Mr. Beasley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're on the record in docket 20-02699. People of the state of Michigan versus Davion Beasley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Beasley, who is standing to my right.
Sir, you are Davion Beasley? All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people are unable to proceed as there's been insufficient contact with the victim, the people would be entering or asking that the court enter a nollie without prejudice.
And that's your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor, there's no objection.
All right. So this case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that the people could reissue on a future date, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. Anything else, Ms. Housefield, on docket 20-02699?
No, Your Honor, thank
Anything,
you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Beasley, you're all set. The case has
Thank you.
been dismissed.
Ms. Housefield, did you need me to redo the nollie?
No, Your Honor. No, Wendy, I do not. I was just looking for something very quickly. The statute for the objection.
Oh, yeah, so I don't know.
Okay, no, that's okay.
This is the Molly. And then the next case we're calling is Austin then.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 22-00609. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Austin. Will the parties please indicate their presence for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Austin.
This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. And, oh, sir, you are Michael Austin? All right. This time set for a final pretrial in the matter and a PA 53 violation. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the defendant will be pleading guilty to the PA 53 violation. The people will be entering a nollie without prejudice based on a lack of victim contact and the case being unable to proceed with regard to the underlying domestic violence charge that's before the court for final pretrial today.
All right. Is that your understanding, Ms. Housefield?
Ms. Robinson, yes.
Ms. Robinson?
That's okay.
So my understanding is that there's going to be a nollie process to the actual file, and then the defendant will be pleading guilty to the PA 53 violation. Is that correct, Ms. Housefield?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
It is.
All right, so the people move to dismiss. Well, let's do this in order. So Mr. Austin, you understand that as a part of your condition of your pretrial services probation, you were not to have any contact with the victim in this case, which was Bridget Badgley. Do you understand that, sir? All right. And you, of course, have the right to a hearing in this matter. You have the right to be represented by counsel, and you have the right to have your silence not used against you in a court of law. You understand that, sir? Okay. And so raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Is it true that on the date in question, which is January 20th of 2023, that in violation of your conditional bond, you had contact with let's see if I can find her name here. A Bridget Badgley.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions concerning the no contact order in the PA 53?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. right, so I find that the admission to the violation of PA 53 to be knowingly, voluntarily, and accurately made. It appears that the underlying case for this is going to be dismissed today, and I'll sign that. And then 764-26A. What is 764-26A?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's the statute that allows for, upon a dismissal, if the people file an objection, then the fingerprint and the indication on the criminal history is not removed in light of the dismissal. And so that's essentially, this is the people's way of filing their objection. The objection can be filed anytime, 60 days post the
Okay.
dismissal. And
So you're objecting to,
the removal of the charge section of the criminal history, as well as the destruction of the fingerprint and arrest card.
okay. All right, so any comment on that, Ms. Robinson, regarding the nollie pros on the underlying file?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any indication, I do have a violation of PA 53. Any indication on the violation of PA 53, Ms. Hospital?
No, Your Honor, I leave that to the court's
All
discretion.
right. At this time, there's an indication you violated the order. The victim failed to appear in this matter. So I'm not going to sentence you on the PA 53 violation. You understand that whatever's going on between you and the victim in this case is not working out for you that well. Do you understand that? I mean, whatever's going on with you and Miss Badgley has not been worked out in your favor. You want to avoid that, right?
Yeah, well, I didn't tell the judge before, but we got a child in the midst of this, so that's why they got,
All right, so you do have a child in common?
Yes, sir.
All
I
right,
didn't let the judge-
all right. Well, then you understand the importance
Yes,
it
sir,
is.
definitely.
Okay. So there's no sentence on the PA 53 pursuant to the dismissal. Anything else for the record on docket 22-00609, Ms. Hospital?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, good luck to you, Mr. Austin, okay?
I am. Average general, but I'm just saying. So I don't know.
Those are Risty's notes. They're just being screened.
So there must be-
Double with that, will you do it? Is that screening? I don't know.
I can't hear nothing.
All right, are you Drew Rio?
And Anari Andrews.
Say your name, you're Anari Andrews, you're here for your 9:30?
Yes.
All right, you're in the right place, Mr. Andrews, but you should mute yourself until it's time to call your case, all right?
Okay.
Ma'am, you are Heidi English. You're Heidi English, ma'am? Miss English, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. All right, you're here for your 9:30. We'll be with you in shortly. You're in the right place, okay?
She's down.
Okay.
You may want to place yourself on mute since you are in the Zoom courtroom, okay?
Okay.
With the person on the iPhone, please identify yourself.
James Frison. Frison.
All right, Mr. Frison, you're here for your 9:30. Please stand by and you can mute yourself. So, because you're on a Zoom courtroom.
Okay.
Is Cooper?
Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Erin Hausfield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Cheney.
And sir, you are David Cheney? All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the people are unable to proceed without the necessary witness and would be moving for a dismissal. The people will file a nollie without prejudice.
Any comment, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so, Mr. Cheney, at this final pretrial, this case is to be dismissed without prejudice. That means the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
All right.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-02496, Ms. Housfield.
Nothing for the people.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, the court will sign a nollie pros to indicate that this case has been dismissed. You're all set, sir.
All right, thank you.
Did you want to go on Erdman?
Thank you, Your Honor, yes.
So we're on the record in docket 22-03545. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Madison Ertman Holtham. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Hausfield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Ertman Holtham, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Madison Ertman Holtham.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the people are unable to proceed without the necessary witnesses. People have filed a nollie asking for a dismissal without prejudice, if I may approach.
You may.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, Ms. Ertman Holtham, the people have moved to dismiss without prejudice, which is indication, and I've signed that, which indicates that they could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, thank
All right. So that's all for anything else for the record? 22-03545, Ms. Housfield,
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're all set, ma'am. And then you want to do Harris Spindler?
I don't have the nollie yet for that one.
How about,
Could you grab it up?
Oh, sure.
urgently?
or Mathis, either one
I
of
have
those.
Mathis signed. if I may just-
Okay, yes. Let's do Mathis while we have it.
I think they should be down there. No,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 22-03117. That's Leona Kaylee Mathis, People versus Leona Kaylee Mathis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Hausfield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Mathis.
And ma'am, you are Leona Mathis?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the people are unable to proceed without the necessary witness. The people are moving for a dismissal without prejudice. I have previously handed the court a nollie.
And that's your understanding, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, we have no objection.
All right. I have signed the nollie indicating that the necessary witnesses have failed to appear. It is dismissed without prejudice, which Ms. Mathis means that the people could reissue in the future, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am? All right, thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then we'll call the Harris Spindler case.
Yes, thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 23-00024. People of the state of Michigan versus Keith A. Harris Spindler. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Hausfield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Harris Spindler, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Keith Harris Spindler?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the people cannot proceed without the necessary witnesses. People are moving for a dismissal without prejudice. I prepared a nollie if I may approach.
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Sutter, any comment?
No objection, Your Honor, no comment. Thank you.
All right. So Mr. Harris Spindler, the case is being dismissed without prejudice, which means that the people could reissue in the future. However, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Casey James. Yes, that's what I was just. We have, you said Neil is here, right?
Yes.
Behind me is better.
Okay. Does anyone here on a subpoena for McNeil?
And let's take a minute and Brendan, can you come up? Just McKentry, that's the probation case. Just real quick. So, come on up here.
McNeil.
Yes, ma'am. Same code.
And I want to make sure that I don't step, because I know he's.
So
on
the
probation.
statute only applies to
He wants to
domestics.
be on
Good
the
to know.
job.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I wasn't sure that was
All
new
right.
for me.
Yeah, so
And
those are
you
two
have
assault
them
batteries, so
on
negative.
Negative. So
just
Probation
the
right
victim.
now,
Victim's
felt
failed
it.
trigger.
Thank you.
and you've talked to them. So do you have an objection to the 30-day gap? Now when we close out probation and this file? No objection. Okay, perfect. That's all I want to- All right. Yeah, sure. So I'm gonna cap you 30 days on here. I'm not in permanent probation, and then you can finish. Thank you. So we're good on McKentry when you want to call that one.
It, that's fine, Your Honor, that would be the next one. So.
All right.
Mr. McKentry?
So we're on the record in docket 22-02746, People of the State of Michigan versus Cyrus McKentry. Would the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housefield on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. McKentry.
And sir, you are Cyrus McKentry?
Yes, sir.
All right. No. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It is my understanding at this time that the defendant is going to plead as charged on the complaint to the count 1 assault or assault and battery pursuant to 750.81. That is a misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 93 days and or $500. There's a Killebrew agreement for sentencing that the defendant that the sentence of jail imposed shall not exceed 30 days.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it is my understanding, although not part of the plea agreement, Your Honor, that the defendant is currently on probation in a separate file before Your Honor. There was a discussion between the parties this morning that at this time, the defendant would be seeking to be unsuccessfully discharged from that probation file. And although not part of the plea, Your Honor, I would certainly leave that to the court's discretion.
All right, thank you. Ms. Robinson, I'll restate that for the record, just so you know. He's going to plead guilty as charged up to this assault and battery 93-day misdemeanor. There's a 30-day cap on this case. With that understanding, I've been able to talk to the probation officer on the other file. I know it's not a part of this agreement, but it's a 30-day cap on this file, and then a unsuccessful or discharge of probation. My understanding is that that was not a problem with the probation officer. Is that your understanding of how we're proceeding?
It is.
All right. And so here's the court officer for our purposes. So the with that, may I inquire of your client of his advice of rights?
You may.
All right. So, Mr. McKentry, you understand, you've heard the negotiations of everybody so far?
Yeah,
All right. And you understand that my understanding is you're gonna plead guilty to assault and battery. You're gonna be waiving your jury trial rights. And with the understanding that there's a Killebrew cap of 30 days in the Ingham County Jail, is that correct?
yes,
And the Killebrew cap means if I don't follow that, if I sentence you over 30 days, that you could withdraw your plea. Do you understand that?
yes,
All right. If I accept your plea, you will not have a trial of any kind, and you'll be giving up the following trial rights, okay?
yes,
You'll give up the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question those witnesses. You, of course, are represented by public defender Aaron Robinson. She would contest any charges and cross-examine any witnesses that would be brought at trial for your defense. Do you understand that?
yes,
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand that, sir?
yes,
All right. If your plea accepted, you'll be giving up the claim that this was done under any threats of duress. You're pleading guilty today because you are guilty, and you understand the nature of the negotiations with the 30-day cap.
yes,
All right. You're also not having any trial. You won't have any appeal from the trial in this case. Do you understand that?
yes,
All right. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
yes,
All right. So I'm gonna bring you back to April 27th, 2022 at the offense location of East Michigan, City of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you on that East Michigan, City of Lansing address on April 27th, 2022?
that's Sparrow,
At Sparrow. Yeah.
I think so, I
Okay.
can't remember.
All right. And at that time, did you, as a part of, while you were at Sparrow, did you have an offensive contact against a person named Joshua Spicer while you were there?
Police officer,
The security.
He's a security officer.
I can't remember. I
Did-
don't remember.
Did you, maybe want to do a no contest plea as to memory?
I'd be open to that.
I have no objection to that. I can send the court up.
Okay, yeah, if you send us. So because of your lack of memory of the event, we're gonna go ahead and do a no contest plea, okay? I think it'll make it cleaner. All right. And the reason for the no contact, the reason for the no contest plea will be lack of memory.
Correct.
And I emailed the police report to Ms. Holden.
I just
Alright.
received it. Thank you, Ms. Housefield. What's the fingerprint?
All right, thank you, Nathaniel. So as a part of the no contest plea, I'm looking at the Lansing Police Department report on case number 22519036628, which will be the basis for the factual basis for the no contest plea. Is that your understanding, Ms. Housefield?
Yes.
And that's your understanding, Ms. Robinson?
It is, Your Honor.
And so I'm going to indicate that on April 27th, 2022, at East Michigan, which is in Sparrow Hospital, it appears that the defendant headbutted Joshua Spicer, who was an officer there, causing a laceration to his eyebrow, to his right eyebrow, while at the hospital during treatment. And it was not used. There's no indication that this was done in self-defense. Any questions concerning the factual basis, Ms. Housefield?
Your Honor, I would just indicate as stated on page 2 of the supplemental report that the injury required stitches. Other
Correct.
than that, Your Honor, I have nothing to add to the factual basis.
All right. I can indicate that it appears that Mr. McKinstry leaned back and then thrust his head forward, striking Spicer in the forehead, causing a laceration of the right eyebrow that did need stitches. Anything else, Ms. Robinson, on the factual basis?
No, Your Honor, I would just add though that he is a security officer and just to make sure.
He is, yeah.
Not a police officer.
Mr. Spicer is a security officer for Sparrow Hospital. He is not a police officer of the Lansing Police Department. So I'll use that as the factual basis. A lack of memory of the event will be used as the basis for the lack of factual basis. Any more questions, Ms. Housefield, on the factual basis?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find that the no contest plea to be knowing, voluntary, and accurately made in regards to the factual basis for the LPD report. And I would go to immediate sentencing now that I've had the opportunity to consult with probation.
Your Honor, there is a victim in this matter, and so because there's a victim, the people would ask that the matter be set for sentencing so that the victim can appear.
Okay.
He did appear this morning for the final pretrial under the subpoena, so I know that he is a participant in this case. If I had had no contact with the victim, I wouldn't ask the court to do that, but
Right.
just to
I
allow
fully
the
understand.
option.
Yeah, and there is an injury in this case, and I'd like to at least play that out.
I will state for purposes of the record so that the parties are all aware, there is no restitution that will be sought.
Okay.
This was covered as a work comp injury, so there's no time off or medical. So the court will not be having to deal with any restitution as a part of this, but the victim should still be allowed if he wishes to participate in sentencing.
Right. My only question here is we're going to set it for sentencing, and the 30-day cap is going to be done by the time we come back for sentencing.
The court is imposing the 30 days today.
I was, yeah.
Well, what we could do is we could since there's already an agreement in place, we could just maybe set it for like a review hearing within the 30 days. Ms. Housefield can call the victim, see if he would like to participate either over Zoom or in person and kind of do it that way so that he could have an
We
opportunity.
could do it, yeah. The benefit of the bargain here is that I'm imposing the 30 days and we're not putting it on probation. It's done today. But within the 30-day period, if the victim wants to come in, we can set it for review hearing within the 30. I think that's an acceptable resolution to see if the victim wants to participate.
Certainly, and
But-
as I
but-
indicated, I have good contact, so I will contact him immediately
All
and
right.
let him know. And if that's something
Right.
he wishes to do, I will contact Mr. Robinson in the court.
All right, so I'm going to proceed with the understanding that we'll set this for review within 30 days and wait to hear from you, Ms. Housefield, okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, and I mean, there are no secrets now. Ms. Robinson, anything else on the record in regards to the going to immediate sentencing in regards to Mr. McKinstry?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this is the sense of the court. I'm going to go to immediate sentencing today. You're all set, okay? So I talked to the probation officer. We're gonna have you taken off probation and he said you did a pretty good job on probation. He said he had some issues, but that you resolved them quickly. All right. The agreement is 30 days. I'm gonna sentence you to 30 days in the Ingham County Jail starting today. Okay, sir? And then we're gonna set it for review hearing within 30 days to see if the victim in this wants to say anything. Although I'm assuming the victim knows about the 30-day cap as an offer.
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. Any questions, Ms. Robinson, on the sentence of the court? The sentence is, I'm gonna waive fines and costs. I guess I've got to do a crime victims' rights fee.
You can hold that in abeyance.
I'm gonna hold all fees in abeyance for now. And your probation is taken care of, but you're sentenced to 30 days in the Ingham County Jail starting today. All right, sir?
I did 7 days already.
You'll get credit for 7 days served. All right? What's that? Yeah, so he gets whatever time credit from your 30 days. All right?
That changes the review problem significantly. You don't have the date because the court's closed.
Well, I mean, we can just kind of like throw it in anywhere because it's probably not gonna happen,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's either next week or the 28th. until it's closed.
it gives Erin 1 week to contact her victim.
That's sufficient.
Is that sufficient?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, let's put it review 1 week. We'll do it, and then we'll wait to hear from Ms. Housefield, all right? All right, we're all set, Mr. McKentry. You're all set, okay? Thank you.
Who's what? Redmond? She's your. He's on it. Do I have a Damon Redmond? Okay. Redmond will be Nolly. Okay, just a second. It's Halloween. I mean.
Housefield, that's printing for you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
What case is that?
Redmond, Your Honor.
Redmond? Glad to be back, Ms. Housefield.
I'm still looking pretty good right now.
Uh-huh. Yep.
No, I'm covering today only.
We kind of assume that.
Yeah, I'm in trial next week.
Oh,
so-
fun. You're not 5 since trial. are you?
No, Vince Green.
Oh, that's right. He's on 50 now. Yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting 5
So Redmond?
Yes.
Thank you, yes.
All right, we're on the record in docket 23-00010, people of the state of Michigan versus Brianna Sierra Redmond. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Redmond, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Brianna Redmond?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people are unable to proceed without the necessary witnesses. The people will be moving for a dismissal without prejudice. I have prepared a nollie if I may approach.
You may.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm signing the nollie pros for the necessary witnesses have failed to appear. Ms. Redmond, you understand that a dismissal without prejudice means that the people could in the future reissue the case, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record in 23-00010, Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
Your Honor.
You're all set, ma'am. Thank you.
Wendy, do you mind printing a copy?
Ladies, whose client is Mr. Gallegos?
That's mine, Your Honor.
Gallegos.
They are asking that we expedite him Ms. Sutter, would you mind coming here? I just.
I do not mind.
I could ask them if they could put me, they really don't pay something.
Do you mean like the term of probation, meaning like the term of the deferral agreement?
Oh, in terms of the known animals.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yes, because I mean, the deferral is. It's a probation
Right, but like she's not like actually going.
More safe for you.
Yeah.
For
Let me see what I can.
everyone.
do.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
more information when they do the deferred, they just
Have to
send it out.
And then
Oh, okay.
I had a
Like,
Then
question.
yes, I would.
And then
take
Oh,
it.
did you mind printing a copy of the Nolly for?
Oh,
each
no,
different
that's-
document?
I just meant more like.
Ms. Powell,
Yeah,
are
we
you
can do, like,
available
the
to do
known-
something for me?
I sure can.
Would you mind in our office by Nathaniel's desk? That's an all-in-one thingamabob. Would you please make a copy of this? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Powell.
There's no offer on that case. Yeah, no, at this time.
Excuse me, did I join at a bad time?
Ms. Freeman,
Yes, sir.
you're here for your 10:30?
Yeah, I'm a bit early. I apologize.
No worries. We've got plenty of cases to call in front of you, so stand by, all right?
Sir.
All right, thank you.
You doing it yet? You want to, nigga?
But
All right. Oh, we gotta leave one of them. Leave that one. Sorry.
you just,
And then Bush will be an alley as well. Okay.
all right. I don't know. I'll ask in a second.
Okay.
So this is Miss McNeil, correct?
Yes, thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 22-03562. People of the state of Michigan versus Letitia Renee McNeil. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. McNeil, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Letitia McNeil?
Yes.
Letasia, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people are unable to proceed without the necessary witnesses. The people are moving for a dismissal without prejudice. The people have prepared a nolly, if I may approach.
You may.
Thank you.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
Ms. McNeil, you understand that the people have moved to dismiss without prejudice, which means that they may reissue in the future, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, thank you. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03562, Ms. Housefield?
Nothing for the people. Thank
Anything
you.
else, Ms. Sutter?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. McNeil, you're free to leave. Thank you.
And then, sorry, can I get a copy of that one as well?
Thank you, Sydney.
So this shall be an alley. Just the top Houston is 76948.
Miss,
So, Ms. Powell is on Zoom,
Yeah, I need to hop on and talk to her in just a second.
all right.
and then Mr. Bush is also on Zoom.
And Miss Powell is on, I'm not sure what's happening on that case, but we need fingerprints on her.
I did briefly talk to her before and advised her she needs to come in and do that at some point. And I did get a copy of the order for her,
Okay.
but I do need to talk.
I have here that Zoom was okay on her for some reason. I can't remember.
I think I asked it because of where she's living. She's not in the immediate area.
Okay, all right.
Bush is going to be a Nolly, Your Honor.
He's on Zoom.
Bush is on Zoom. He doesn't need fingerprints.
You want-
Yeah, we're most likely doing a nollie on him. He should be here live for the final pretrial, but that's.
Your Honor, that might have been my bad. I might have actually told him to, I think I told him to appear over Zoom because in my system, it's not listed as a final pretrial and it wasn't at the same time as the other ones.
Okay. I lost Mr. Bush. Here he is. Let's admit.
I just have on Zoom to talk to Ms. Powell.
So did you want to meet Miss Powell in the breakout room?
Yes, please.
Let's see if I can do that.
Or you can make me a.
I'll make Wendy a co-host. All right, Wendy, you're now co-host. And Mr. Bush is not connected to audio. Yes, he is. So we're ready to go on Bush if you're ready.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Real quick before I forget, and then we're both in trouble. Who the heck is Miss Powell?
Who's on the Samsung? Would the person on the Samsung please identify themselves? On the cell phone.
Latricia Taylor.
Patricia Taylor. So we're on the record in docket 21-02310. People of the state of Michigan versus Dewan Bush. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Bush.
And sir, you are Dewan Bush. Sir, you are Dewan Bush.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can. You can hear me all right, Mr. Bush?
Yes, I can.
All right. I originally have you as having this final pretrial live. However, your attorney indicated that this might have been a pretrial on her list. And so Zoom is appropriate. As long as you're there and can hear me, right, Mr. Bush?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Housefield, this is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. How are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the people cannot proceed as they do not have the necessary witness. People are moving for a dismissal without prejudice. People have prepared a nollie, if I may approach.
You may.
Thank you.
We have no objection to that.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bush, without objection today, the case is dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue later if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 21-02310? Ms. Housefield?
Nothing for the people.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bush, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Your case is dismissed.
Thanks. Yeah, have a nice day.
You too.
They are asking what time we might want to do. Yeah. And I don't know if Lisa's still in here or she's stepped out.
And she stepped out. She's in the breakout room.
Oh, that's right. And then
Who's on that? Ingham County Polycom.
we don't know.
On the Ingham County Polycom, can you please identify yourself?
Jennifer DePeel.
Thank you.
The dates that we.
All right, we're on the record in docket, two dockets, 21026, I'm sorry, 22-03384 and 22-03385. This is the time set for a pretrial on both of these cases. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housfield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Miss Lynn.
And this was originally set for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:08. It appears the defendants failed to appear. Ms. Housefield, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the people would be asking for a bench warrant bond forfeiture. I believe that if there are no prior failures to appear, which I don't have, my apologies to the court, but that this would be an appropriate 48-hour hold.
Ms. Robinson?
And we would just request the 48-hour hold as well. I don't have anything in my end showing that
All
there was
right.
a failure.
I don't have any failed to appears. The defendants failed to appear with a 48-hour hold. Anything else on either one of these files, 22-03384 or 85, Ms. Housefield?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in those two files.
Want me to have them move Mr. Gazzles to the appointment room?
Okay, so where is, really Ms. Sutter, she can. See where Karen wants to go next.
I think next week we're going to go to Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews. All right, and I knew he was on there. You ready on Mr. Andrews?
Yeah, yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're on the record. Mr. Andrews, you can unmute yourself, sir. We're on the record in docket 23-00146, People of the State of Michigan versus Honore C. Andrews. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housfield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Andrews.
And sir, you are Honore Andrews?
Anari Andrews.
Honore, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the defendant wishes to have this matter set for a final pretrial.
For a final pretrial
That's correct, Your Honor.
and jury trial. So final pretrial date
2/28 at 8:30.
at 8:30 and jury trial.
On March 14th at 8 a.m.
All right, Mr. Andrews, we have set your final pretrial, which will be live on February 28th at 8:30. And we've set it for jury trial date later, depending on what happens at that final pretrial, for March 14th at 8 o'clock. Do you have both of those dates, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Ms. Houseville, anything else for the record in 23-00146?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Miss Andrews, Mr. Andrews, you're all set. We'll see you on February 28th at 8:30 here in person. You can leave the Zoom courtroom today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
So, breakout room is English.
Yeah. She's been here for a little bit. Miss English. ID English. Miss English, I'm putting you in a breakout room with your attorney, public defender, Aaron Robinson, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we're, and so Ms. Powell, you can unmute yourself. All right. We're on the record in docket 22-01592. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Jonisha Alexandra Powell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housfield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Powell, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Jonisha Powell?
Johnny Powell, yes.
Jonisha Powell, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Powell?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding at this time that the defendant is going to plead no contest to an added count 2 trespass pursuant to 750.552. That's a misdemeanor offense punishable by 30 days and or $250. The purpose of the no contest plea, Your Honor, is potential civil liability. And we note for the file that there's no restitution on this file. And in consideration of that plea, Your Honor, the people would move to dismiss count 1.
And that's your understanding, Ms. Sutter, the defendant's going to plead to an added count 2 of trespass pursuant to 750.552, that being a misdemeanor, 30 days and $250. The basis for the no contest is potential civil liability with a plea to count 2. Count 1 is to be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor, and we would request immediate sentencing today.
All right. I'd like to go to immediate sentencing, but I can't without fingerprints. We got a problem with the fingerprints. So
They can't be taken post plea when.
I don't think it can. I don't think,
Go downstairs. Adjourn it for 15 minutes and then
She's on Zoom.
she's on Zoom. That's part of the problem is I never got her fingerprints, so we can adjourn, we can take the plea and adjourn for sentencing with the understanding that it's gonna be, but just so she comes in and gets her fingerprints done, and then we can, you know, do you have any objection to treating it that way, Ms. Housefield, with a plea today on the no contest? We adjourn for fingerprints to be done because she can't be, you know, we even have to have fingerprints if it's a nollie on most cases, but here we can't do a sentencing without fingerprints. So we'll just adjourn the sentencing with the understanding that it's going to be I don't know what the people's position on immediate sentencing is today.
The people's position on immediate sentencing would be no objection. Given that there's no restitution and how the charges have been reduced, I don't think this is a case that
Right.
warrants a PSI referral. So
Right.
the people have no objection if the court takes the plea today, adjourns sentence for the purpose of the fingerprinting, but doesn't refer her on for a PSI.
Perfect. Let's do that.
I agree with that.
Let's do that. All right, Ms. Powell, you understand that the court's going to take your no contest plea. I'm going to set this for sentencing just so you'll get your fingerprints done. So you can come in and get your fingerprints done. You can probably do it the date of sentence that we set it for. But for any purposes, we need to get before your sentence, we have to have fingerprints. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. If you plead no contest to the following misdemeanor, you will not have a trial of any kind, and I'm going to walk you through your rights in this matter. You'll be giving up the following trial rights. You'll be giving up the right to be tried by a jury, the right to be presumed innocent, the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, the right to counsel. You have a counsel date today. You have Lauren Sutter here who would contest and cross-examine any witness brought against you at trial. You have the right to have questions. You have the right to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to have the court order any witnesses you may need for trial. You have the right to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you plead no contest today, you're giving up the right to indicate that this was made under threat or any type of intimidation. It is your choice to plead no contest today. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you'll be giving up any trial rights in this matter because you are pleading no contest. So is it your intent today to plead no contest to this file?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to use for the no contest plea for potential for civil liability 21519090066. That's the Lansing Police Department report. Is that in accordance with the agreement between the parties, Ms. Housefield and Ms. Sutter?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Yes,
you.
Your
All
Honor.
right. So there's an indication that on the date in question, which would be July 5th, 2021, at the offense location of Ed Meyer on Pennsylvania Avenue, that's 6200 South Pennsylvania. It appears the defendant did take items that were open to the public for sale and did not pay for them, or paid for some of the items and not pay for others. And there's a list of the paid for items and the unpaid for items. And that would make the factual basis that while Meyer was open to the public, that Miss Powell did take items that were above the price of 200, but less than 1,000, subject to the count 1, which would also be subject to count 2, which is the trespass under 750.552, misdemeanor 30 days and $250. Any questions concerning the no contest plea, Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I find the no contest, the allegations and the no contest to be understanding, voluntarily and accurately made in regards to the advice of rights. And we will set this for sentencing as only a date to give you time, Ms. Powell, to get your fingerprints. So you need to do it before, and then we can sentence you as to the case, as to this file. So the sentencing date,
February 28th at 9:30.
February 28th at 9:30 is set for sentencing. And then that's where I'll impose fines and costs in relation to this sentence. I have up to 30 days to work with, but it's incumbent upon you to come to court on February 28th at 9:30 and make sure that before that date, you get your fingerprints done. All right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. So, and don't make this a priority. If you fail to appear on February 28th, you'll just have a bench warrant out for you. So that'll just start the cycle going, and I don't think you want to do that. All right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else for the record, docket 22-01592, Ms. Housefield?
Nothing for the people. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record. We'll see you on February 28th at 9:30, Ms. Powell.
Thank you.
I'll give you the factual basis.
I know, but the discovery just has. Yeah. So, is it in your system? Maybe we
Just
can.
English, right?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Friesen is apparently sort of represented by Melissa Patrick. She
Okay.
has not been officially retained. She is heading to Judge Keenan's court Zoom wise for a few minutes,
Okay,
but we'll be back.
okay. She would like us to adjourn or wait?
I believe her request is waived.
Okay, well, I mean, we're behind, so
Yeah.
to the extent that
I
is
Right.
in your
suggest,
benefit.
We're not going anywhere.
I suggest
Ms. Patrick, what case are you here on?
I am here on Mr. Friesen, James Friesen.
And are you gonna follow that up with an appearance, ma'am?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
All right. And my understanding is you might have another court to go to?
I have another pretrial in Judge Buchanan's courtroom at 10:30.
All right. We're kind of behind, so I mean, so if you want to leave and come back, that's fine. But
Okay.
we've got plenty of cases. Just make sure Mr. Friesen stays here.
Okay, he's on the Zoom. I think he hears.
All right.
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
thank you so much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So we're on the record in docket 2203386. People of the state of Michigan versus Rebecca Porter. Ms. Porter, you can unmute yourself. Ms. Porter, you can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, no worries. All right, will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Porter, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Rebecca Porter?
Yes, I am.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Porter?
Yeah.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant has shown proof of the dog's license and vaccination. At this time, the people will be moving to dismiss. This is issued on a ticket, an appearance ticket only, and not a complaint. So if I understand correctly, the court will just make a written notation of the motion to dismiss and not require a nollie.
Correct.
No objection.
No objection, Ms. Sutter? All right, Ms. Porter, this, people have moved to dismiss for compliance purposes. So the case today is dismissed without prejudice. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all for the record, docket 22-03386. And then we'll call docket 22.
Oh, we lost all your.
Oh, we lost.
She went to grab it.
Okay, that'll give me some time to, there's more than one file here. We're on the record in dockets 22-03387, 88, 89, and 90. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Pedro, who is standing to my right.
Ma'am, you are Heather Marie Pedro?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. And on all three of these, there's 4 files. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to file number 22-03387 SM, which is the dog bite file, the parties would please move to set that for final pretrial.
Okay, so we'll set that for final pretrial and jury trial date. That'll be live. And the final pretrial date?
The 28th.
So that'll be February 28th at 8:30, and the jury trial date?
March 14th at 8.
March 14th at 8.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, would there be any objection from yourself or Ms. Housefield about permission to appear remotely for the final pretrial?
And it's up to Ms. Housefield in a dog bite case.
I have no objection as long as if the parties reach a plea agreement, if the court's willing to take a plea over Zoom,
I am.
then no objection from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so that February 28th at 8:30, Zoom is okay?
Yes.
All right, so by Zoom on 22-03387, and then as to the other files, Ms. Housefield.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. As to the files ending in 88, 89, and 90. At this point in time, the defendant has provided proof of the license and vaccination, so the people are moving to dismiss. I believe that those are also issued on a ticket, and the court, upon the people's motion, would just indicate a dismissal.
And is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
Yes, and no objection.
All right, so as to these 3 remaining files, the people move to dismiss without prejudice, which means that for today's purposes, for compliance purposes, the cases are dismissed. That would be 22-03388, 22-03389, and 22-03390. So those cases are all dismissed without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record. You're free to leave, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nothing really weird with dog stuff last week. I don't know if that's still being an issue, but. You just, I know Jake had me refile every single dog appearance last week. Oh. I don't know what happened, but if that needs to happen, just let me know. Like, you need that again, let me know.
Okay.
And then Mr. Hospital, if you want to take 10 and talk to them.
That would be great.
Your
Thank you,
victims,
Your
yeah.
Honor.
Did you want to email for Jeff?
Negative. I mean, I heard you say it.
Senator, do you want me to see if they can put Mr. Gallegos on an iPad so you can talk with him?
I don't think she heard anything you just said.
Oh, if she wishes. Oh. We're gonna go out. No, you're all kinds of sway.
It's on the fire tablet. Is that still Mr.? Mr. Fries. All right, so the court's going to take about a 5-minute break while the people talk to some witnesses, and then we'll return in about 5 minutes.
He went on break. All right, can you hear us, sir?
Yes.
All right. Oh, no, Mr. Gallegos, can you hear us?
You can hear us, but we can't hear, officer, we can't hear you in the Lansing City Jail. I still can't hear anything from the Lansing City Jail with Mr. Gallegos.
Try it now. Any better?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you, officer.
I'm gonna put you into a breakout room with your attorney so you guys can have a private conversation, okay?
Okay. All right, the two that are done, go ahead and head on out.
Break. You went to break.
All right, so we're on the record. Miss English, you can unmute yourself. All right, we're on the record in dockets 222951, 52, 53, 54, 56, 57, 58, and 59. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Heidi English. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Miss English.
And this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was adjourned from December 29th. How are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I would draw the court's attention to file number, the one ending in 959.
959.
It's captioned by the court as a dog at large, but Ms. Robinson and I had the opportunity to go through the court's files a little while ago. There are 9 citations. Each of the physical tickets read for the dog license vaccination. So we believe that just that one, perhaps as data entry, was entered incorrectly. And we believe that there should be 9 counts of dog license / vaccination
Okay.
violations. So I would note that, and I don't believe that there'd be any objection to correcting that file consistent with the ticket that was filed.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the parties have reached an agreement, but Ms. English is having some technical difficulties. So we're asking that the matter just be set for a plea date so that she can either come in person or resolve those issues and the court can take a plea at a later time.
All right, that would be preferable to do that without any Zoom problems. Is that your understanding, Ms. Robinson?
It is, Your Honor.
So I'll just start with 5-9, but this will apply to all of them. We'll set for plea in the matter. And what's the date? Good date for plea?
No, it's fine. We can do next
Yeah,
week.
you want to do next week?
I have a question.
Who's talking?
Maybe English?
All right, yes, Miss English, you probably don't want to get in the facts of the case, but you can ask any questions concerning procedure. What's your question, ma'am?
Well, it says I have 9 citations, but I only have 5 dogs.
Yeah, I can't understand. There's 9 files. Each ticket is broken down by file. So, but there's 9 files in all.
Oh. Okay, I only have 5 dogs though, so I don't
All right.
understand 9.
I'm assuming there are multiple
It's
tickets.
correctly filed, Jenner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Robinson will have an opportunity to
All right.
speak with us.
Miss Robinson will explain that to you, Miss English, okay?
Okay.
So we're setting it for plea on,
Tuesday, the 14th.
so February 14th at 10 a.m. as to all of the files. So Miss English, make sure you're here in person on February 14th at 10 a.m. And then Miss Robinson will be here to explain to you the nature of the plea agreement and the tickets that have been issued in the case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll set all 9 files for February 14th at 10 a.m. Any questions of Miss Housefield?
No, thank you.
Any questions, Miss Robinson?
So, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Miss English, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. We'll see you here on the 14th at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then we can go on Mr. Efim too.
Okay.
Efim. He's here. He's like translator, so we're just gonna fix that.
Yeah, me too. I'm just gonna write in 9 files.
No worries.
No, we're good.
And so the offer on this, we discharge came to this county.
Okay. For Mr. Dissess, he's here.
Okay.
He's on duty. About one. He doesn't, but he has an appointment on the 10th. Yeah.
Is the court open tomorrow? Okay, so what do you want to do next time?
I'm assuming what the offers are from making for functions down and.
Yes.
And I need an
I have
offer for
offers for
Lynn.
every day. Okay, hold on. Let's start with Houston. Is that Houston? What's the status?
Yeah, he's on. I think he came down and has the offers.
Yes, I didn't know if you ever showed up.
Yeah,
I
he was on.
wasn't actually reading the screen.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, it's
so what do we do with it?
Separate file control.
Okay, so let's just take these.
Sure. This is
We're getting there.
We're here 2 weeks instead of 1. I know.
But if he doesn't have it, then it is a.
Got it.
It's the last out. He was given 30 days back in 21. By a plan.
Not yet.
Ever.
And I joined it with Ben Hall's pocket, so that's it.
Okay.
I start focusing on everyone in person, and then I get sure everyone on Zoom. So maybe
Lynn and
I will start.
Latricia Taylor is yours.
yeah, I don't see her here. So.
Joshua Taylor is mine.
Yeah, she was here earlier.
Patricia, she sounds good.
Oh, she is on Zoom.
Okay.
And it's possible I tried to Joshua is in custody, so he's not here. It's not his fault.
So I'm gonna start.
Who would know?
An offer. We're gonna start.
All right, you got those?
Yeah, green sign is not you guys.
Right.
The peel? Is that
That's
you?
mine.
Okay. I would do a 6-month deferral and then 7.1. The issue just being if there's really violations. we discuss it.
No new issues.
Yeah, Fox is
I think fire tablets, Mr. Houston.
at least.
I think so. I definitely saw Mr. Houston on Zoom at some point
Yeah.
today.
He's still there, I think. No, that's his problem. You might wanna give him a heads up that he's. Have you?
Right, eligible.
Sort of like
Quite a while. One of the
I haven't seen her yet today, but
jail people came to ask her when she was gonna be done.
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, you're not wrong. She's also homeless, so this is not her first time.
So who's on Houston?
I am.
Who's next? And I know that we have the appeal from the jail.
Oh,
If we need to do the jail, Your Honor, that is,
You want to talk to her, Ms. Sutter?
I have, Your Honor. I try answer why she didn't answer my. Tell me why didn't she answer my phone call yesterday?
should hit you.
acting weird.
All right, so we'll have Mr. Gallegos brought forward. All right, he was writ out.
951.
All right, we're on the record in docket 23-00097. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Hector Gallegos. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housfield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Gallegos, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Hector Gallegos,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you can hear me all right, sir?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, it's my understanding the defense wishes to have the matter set for final pretrial and jury trial.
Okay, so we'll set it for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial will be set for
February 28th at 8:30
February 28th at 8:30
and March 14th.
and March 14th at 8. Ms. Sutter, will your client still be incarcerated in Clinton County at that time?
I believe so,
Okay.
Your Honor, but he's not concrete on an outdate.
All right, so defendant to be writ out of Clinton County on that February 28th date.
Eaton County.
Eaton. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00097, Ms. Housfield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
Possibly, Your Honor, if you give me just 1 second, if you don't
Okay.
mind. I'm just seeing what his bond is right now.
He's PR bond on ours.
Is there any way, Your Honor, we can make it a 10% bond, so he's always earning credit for time he's sitting in custody?
I don't have an objection to.
No objection, Your Honor.
So I will change bond to a $500. Mr. Gallegos, this is all for your benefit, but you should be getting time on this file that you're actually incarcerated, because you have a PR bond on our file.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Your Honor?
Your lawyer has asked that you get some type of bond on the file, so you'll get credit for any time served in this file. So she's just asking that you get some bond on this file because you're on a PR bond. And I'm going to grant her motion, okay?
Okay, Your Honor, thank you.
So we'll set it at bond set at $500, 10%.
Thank you.
Anything else on file 23-00097, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. That's all for the record, Mr. Gallegos. We'll see you on February 28th at 8:30. You should be writ out. You're all set.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we do the 2 for Mr. Dezes?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
And he's not here?
He is here.
Okay.
Mr. DeSessa, if you want to come on up?
We get so used to looking at Zoom that we forget people actually show up in person. Right, so we're on the record in docket 22-02214 and 15. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Ty DeSess. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housfield on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. DeSess.
And sir, you are Ty Joseph DeSess?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It is my understanding that the defendant has an appointment scheduled for this Friday, the 10th of February, for the license and vaccination. People would ask that this matter be reset for 2 weeks. The reason I'm asking for such a short reset, Your Honor, this is a very old case. It's been pending and adjourned more than once for him to gain compliance. And so at this point, understanding that he has an appointment, the people are willing to allow one more adjournment, but I'd like to make the record clear for the defendant that if he does not appear or provide proof through his counsel by that next court date, that there will be no offer and the people will be looking to have the matter set.
All right, so this is last pretrial set. Ms. Robinson, that's your understanding?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. DeSays, that's your understanding? This is the last pretrial set for compliance purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what date do we have?
We don't have to. Because the house was pre-employed, so we have next week. or the 20th.
So we have 1 or 3?
Yes, 3 would be preferable.
All right,
Well,
3
Your
weeks out. The inventory is on the second week.
On May 28th.
So 2/28 at 9 a.m.
Thank you. And I will indicate, as long as the court is agreeable, that if the defendant provides it to Ms. Robinson and she provides it to my office in advance of 2/28, people will file the nollie and the parties do not need to appear.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Houseville. All right, so that's all for the record in docket 22-2214 and 15. So hopefully I won't see on the 28th, but I'll see on the 28th regardless, if nothing's filed, okay? So that's all for the record in those 2 files.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I don't, if the nollie's filed, we'll make it in person unless the nollie's filed.
Sure, thank
Okay.
you. What do you have that you're ready?
Mr. Kathleen,
Or,
he's the one that got to reset.
okay.
Sure.
And then I need an offer on Lynn.
Which Taylor one?
Latricia.
So that one is Patricia Taylor's discharge, count 1 and 2. So it's a touch R now, and one of them by under 16 occupant. Thank you.
Somebody's there.
Sure. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll send you the link.
I think that's Tyrone. You might want to send him a connected audio.
I've done it 3 times now.
Really? All right, so want to go on Mr. Lycum, or do you need to meet with him, or?
We were looking for Kathleen, Your Honor, at 10:30.
Christine?
Ends in 2.
All right, yep. Asad Kathleen,
Present, Your Honor. We're gonna need to get this reset for an interpreter.
all right.
All right, you're okay.
We'll put that on the record. So we're on the record in docket 23-00229. People of the state of Michigan versus Asad Kathim. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Kathleen.
And sir, you are Asad Kathim? Okay, it's come to my understanding that there's going to be a request here for an interpreter.
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that correct, Mrs. Robinson?
It is.
And in what language?
Arabic?
What's that?
Is there a dialect or just?
Is there a certain type of Arabic dialect or just a general?
You have a dialect of Arabic? Just Arabic?
Just Arabic? Okay. And the pretrial, adjourned pretrial will be set for
28 at.
so February 28th at 9:30. We'll reset it, and the court will order an interpreter to be live in the matter, since that doesn't go well on Zoom. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00229 Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we'll give you notice, but the date to come back is February 28th at 9:30. Okay, sir? All right. That's all for the record, 23-00229.
Yep.
Thank you.
What else? Who is not here that we benchmarked? That's fast.
Oh, Mr. Houston is connecting the audio. There. Sir, you are Tyrone Houston?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right. We didn't have you connected to audio, so we couldn't proceed on your case. So stand by.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
We'll call your case when your lawyer comes out of a breakout room, all right?
Okay.
All right.
Hold on. Break out your case, told you. I said, I'm a.
Mr. Hugh,
Okay,
all right.
Okay, he's so
So we're on the record in docket 22-00908. People of the state of Michigan versus Scott Lind. Is he here? Okay. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Lind.
And sir, you are Scott Lind?
Yes, Scotty Lind.
Scotty Lind, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Lind?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding at this time that parties wish to have the matter set for a final pretrial and jury trial. The defendant resides in Wisconsin. I know there's a previous order or stipulation in this matter that he could appear by Zoom. People have no objection to that continuing for purposes of the final pretrial, and of course, a jury trial would be in person.
All right, so we're setting for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial can be by Zoom. What date for final pretrial?
Excuse me, February 28th at 8:30.
February 28th at 8:30.
And if we could, if possible, get a trial date that's maybe a little bit further out than the 2 weeks, just because of, he's out of state, so.
Just travel.
Right. Maybe to like the next one. Well, how about this? How about we just set it for final pretrial now, and then depending on how that turns out, I think we can probably work something out, but depending on how that turns out, then we can set it for.
Yeah, let's set it for final pretrial without jury trial date. So we'll set it for final pretrial on February 28th at 8:30, and Zoom is okay. So Mr. Lind, you should be back in front of the court by Zoom on February 28th at 8:30. All right, sir?
Okay.
Okay. Anything else for docket 22-00908, Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Lind, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Sutter, are you here on Mr. Houston?
I am, yeah.
Are you ready? Are we ready to go on that?
One second, I'll put my note real quick, but I believe so. Yeah.
I think that's the last of the. You tell me when you're ready.
Rumor is that is the last of the 9 o'clocks.
Mhm. All right, Mr. Houston, you can unmute yourself.
Actually, Your Honor, I am a liar. Can I please have a moment to talk with him?
You want to talk with them?
Yes, please.
All right. Mr. Houston, we're going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Lauren Sutter. All right. All right. We're going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender. You can probably go into, so you'll have a prompt to go to a breakout room. You want to do that, Nathaniel?
I'm currently
Are you in room 1?
in room 1 with Ms. DePeel, so if you want to pull ICJ out and put Mr. Houston in.
All right. So Nathaniel, you can pull ICJ out of room 1. Mr. Houston in room 1.
Okay, do what?
Oh, no, DePeel's not ready. Of course, sorry about that. She is.
And you,
You on mute, Howard. So what, we're gonna do this, somebody, our lawyer.
Mr. Houston, you should have a prompt to go to the room with your public defender.
It says,
Yes.
I think it says Holmes Street.
Miss Taylor, you need to hit the prompt to join the breakout room. Latricia Taylor.
Understood.
Miss
and
Taylor, are you there?
literally, I mean, you have what I have, right?
Miss DePeel, we're going to call your case. All right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for waiting patiently here. This is docket 22-03441. People of the state of Michigan versus Jennifer DePeel. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housfield on behalf of the people.
Good morning still, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. DePeel, who joins us via Zoom.
Ma'am, you are Jennifer DePeel.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. DePeel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Sutter. The people have extended an offer. We're looking into a legal issue with regard to venue being proper. So at this point, it would be a joint request for a brief adjournment so that the people can look into whether this ticket was filed properly within this court or needs to be within another court in Ingham County.
All right, Ms. Sutter, is that your understanding?
It is.
All right, and are you looking for a 1 week? I think we have 1 and 3 weeks, right?
3 would be.
I'll leave it up to you. You're the one who's trying to find something.
3 would be better. I just don't know how quickly I can get
All right,
the information needed.
so a 3-week adjournment would be scheduled for?
February 28th.
February 28th. I don't get the feeling February 28th is gonna look a lot like today.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I got that feeling about 45 minutes ago.
Let's do 9:30.
9:30. All right, so this will be set for February 28th at 9:30, Ms. DePeel. This is adjourned just to work out, to see if there's any legal issues concerning this matter. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03441, Ms. Housfield?
No, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you back here on February 28th at 2020 at 9:30. All right, ma'am?
Yes, is it via Zoom or is that in person?
I'm good with Zoom.
As are the people.
Yeah,
Thank you, Your Honor.
that can be by Zoom, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for record in that file.
Your Honor,
That's what I've seen.
Yes,
can we make sure my address is correct so so if you send a letter confirming the appointment time, that I have the correct address?
right. So what's the correct address? What is the updated address?
851 Walker Road.
Say it again?
851 Walker Road.
That's
And
the
that is
address
in
we
D-
have.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for checking on that. All right, you're all set, Mr. Peel.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And
To answer your question, totally accurately, she's finishing out like a week on probation violation. She's being released on Friday.
I don't see Mr. Houston. Do you just want to go just set it for final pretrial and jury trial
I
live?
personally would like that. I haven't been able to talk with him and I don't have a phone or email address for him. So I can't communicate with him. I was hoping to get one from him today on Zoom.
I have a phone number of his sister.
I would take it if you had it and try
Yeah.
it, because I got nothing.
I have 574. All right, Mr. Lycum, you can unmute yourself. All right, we're on the record in docket 23-00035. People of the state of Michigan versus Jeff Lycum. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Honor. Aaron Housfield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Lycam, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Jeff Lycum,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you can hear me all right, Mr. Lycum?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housfield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding it's not my understanding. Defendant has shown proof, my apologies to the court, Your Honor. Defendant has shown proof of the license and vaccination compliance. At this time, the people are moving to dismiss. It's my understanding that this was based on a ticket and would just move the court to enter a dismissal without prejudice.
Thank you. Ms. Sutter, is that your understanding?
It is, and there's no objection.
All right, Mr. Lycum, the case is being dismissed on the ticket by the court. So you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom today. The case is dismissed without prejudice.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file.
Okay, so.
Actually, no, I don't have it.
Wait, I went there. Okay.
Yep, yep. Very upsetting. I think he
So
wasn't.
Freisen is Miss Patrick, right? Miss Patrick, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and call that case Mr. Freisen's case. So we're on the record in docket 22-03544. People of the state of Michigan versus James E. Freisen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Aaron Housefield, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Melissa Patrick on behalf of Mr. Freisen, who is attending this pretrial via Zoom.
And sir, you are James Freisen?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. My understanding is Ms. Patrick is going to file an appearance in this case concerning Mr. Freisen. So obviously she doesn't have the material yet or discovery yet. Ms. Housefield, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I have no objection to adjourning at defendant's request so that Ms. Patrick may file her appearance and get the appropriate discovery from my office.
Ms. Patrick, is that how you see this proceeding?
Yes.
You'll file an appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. I
All
was
right.
gonna file an appearance and
So-
ask for an adjournment until I get the discovery, Your Honor.
All right, so let's set this it's adjourned. Melissa Patrick is the new attorney. We'll set it for February 28th at
Okay.
9:30 for pretrial. And we'll await your appearance to catch up to the file so that the prosecutor's office can file the appropriate discovery. All right, Ms. Patrick?
Okay, thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right, so we're set for February 28th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03544, Ms. Housefield?
Nothing for the people.
Anything else, Ms. Patrick?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Freisen, please keep in contact with your attorney, Melissa Patrick, and we'll see you here on February 20. We'll see you by Zoom for pretrial, February 28th at 9:30. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Okay. You're all set.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
See Houston.
You can go on Taylor.
On Taylor?
Yep.
All right. Joshua or Latricia?
Latricia.
All right, Ms. Taylor, you can unmute yourself. We're on the record in docket 22-03353. People of the state of Michigan versus Latricia Taylor. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Taylor.
And ma'am, you are Latricia Taylor?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've spoken with Ms. Robinson and conveyed an offer. It's my understanding that defense is seeking a 30-day adjournment to look into some matters that they would like to have before the case proceeds forward. And to be clear, it's not a discovery.
It's not discovery?
No, Your Honor.
Miss Robinson?
Yes, that's correct. She's done some programming, some outside programming that I'd like to get the records for.
Okay, so we'll set for, how about if we just set it for a final pretrial, but not without a jury trial date? And that'll be for programming matters. For the adjournment.
Can we do, I guess I'm just hesitant to do a final pretrial. I'm not sure if I'll have records in time. I mean, hopefully I will, but
Okay.
we all know how bureaucracies work. And
Well, so let's do a second pretrial, 30, like a month out.
Second pretrial, or fine.
Let's do a second pretrial.
March 7th, 9.
March 7th at 9 a.m. So Ms. Taylor, keep in contact with your attorney, Aaron Robinson. We've set your second pretrial for March 7th at 9 a.m. And any paperwork or any programming that you need should be in her possession or at least available to her by March 7th. All right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03353, Ms. Housfield?
Nothing for the people.
Anything else, Ms. Robinson?
no, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. So we'll set it, and that Zoom is okay for that second pretrial. We'll see you again on March 7th at 9 a.m. All right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're all set.
Have a good day.
You too. So we're on the record. Ms. Funches, you can unmute yourself. Thank you. We're on the record in docket 23-00121, People of the State of Michigan versus Shoney M. Funches. Will the parties please indicate their appearance for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housfield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Shawnee Funches, who appears via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Shawnee Funches?
Yes, that's correct.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Funches?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Housfield, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The parties would ask that the matter be set for a final pretrial and jury trial.
Final pretrial, jury trial. So the final pretrial date will be live, and that on what date is that?
February 28th at 8:30.
February 28th at 8:30. That'll be live. And then the jury trial date?
March 14th.
March 14th at 8. So Ms. Funches, we'll see you here on February 28th at 8:30. And then from there, March 14th is your jury trial date, but we'll see you here live on final pretrial on February 28th. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00121, Ms. Housfield?
Nothing for the people. Thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. Funches, thank you for your appearance. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. We'll see you here on the 28th.
I actually have a question for my attorney. She said that we will be going into a breakout room because I only talked to her yesterday.
So well, we've set it for final pretrial. In the interim, I'm assuming Ms. Sutter will have contact with you.
Yeah, I think what I told you yesterday on the phone was if anything had changed or if there's anything new to share, we'd get an opportunity for a breakout room. Nothing has changed since our phone call yesterday.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Funches. You're all
Thank
set.
you. Have a great day.
You too. And then you want to put Fox on the record?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do my due diligence.
All right.
Call her real quick.
Sure.
so you know what.
All right. Throw on the record docket 22011896, people of the state of Michigan versus Leah E. Fox. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Aaron Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Leah Fox, who I do not believe is present.
Okay, this was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:47. It appears that the defendants failed to appear on the matter. The defendant does have a prior bench warrant bond forfeiture out of October 24th, 2022. Ms. Housefield, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people are asking for a bench warrant bond forfeiture in addition to the prior failure to appear. This is an assaultive crime, so the people would ask for an immediate bench warrant.
All right, anything, Ms. Sutter?
I have no comment, Your Honor.
All right, so defendants failed to appear, bench warrant bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in docket 22011896.
I'm Josh Taylor. I looked yesterday. From what I could find online, he's in custody.
He's not.
That is him. Okay, I haven't spoken with him.
All right.
Okay.
Did you want to talk to Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
All right.
I can't believe he is.
You know the deal.
So, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your attorney, public defender, Lauren Sutter. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm still in room one.
I think everything that's left is yours, right? Oh, okay.
Probably. So, Ms. Robinson, we're waiting for Mr. Houston to connect to audio.
Okay, no problem.
You're using, okay. She should be able to hear you now.
Hello? Hello?
All right, Mr. Houston, we're going to place you in a breakout room with one of the public defenders, all right?
Okay.
All right.
What is that? Join the break.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-02699. People of the state of Michigan versus Tyrone Houston. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Houston.
And sir, you are Tyrone Houston?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can hear me all right, Mr. Houston?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that we will be setting this matter for a final pretrial and jury trial.
Setting for final pretrial and jury trial. So the final pretrial date will be February 28th at 8:30. And that, Mr. Houston, that'll be live.
You gotta come to the courthouse in person for that, Mr. Houston.
So you'll be in the
okay?
courthouse on the 6th floor in person on that date. And the jury trial date is set for
March 14th.
March 14th at 8 a.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, so final pretrial live will be February 28th at 8:30, and the jury trial will be March 14th at 8. Anything else for the record in docket 21-02699, Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record in this file. You're all set, Mr. Houston. You can leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
They're gonna take it down.
And did you want to go on Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 20-00940, people of the state of Michigan versus Joshua Taylor. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, good afternoon now, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Taylor, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Joshua Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the dog that is the subject of this compliance ticket has been euthanized, so there is no dog for Mr. Taylor to obtain a license or vaccination for. Given those facts and the age of the case, Your Honor, at this time, the people are moving to dismiss. And my apologies, I don't know if this was issued on a complaint or an appearance ticket.
Let me see. It's on a ticket.
Then if the court would just indicate people's motion to dismiss, thank you.
So people move to dismiss without prejudice. Ticket. Any comment, Ms. Sutter?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So this case, Mr. Taylor is dismissed without prejudice. So you're all set today on this case, and then your lawyer has been looked into any other questions about other cases that you might have that were a part and parcel of this discussion. But as to this file, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And I'm gonna work on why you're still in custody. I'm gonna call in Mr. Milks and figure it out.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. That's all for the record. Docket 20-00940. You're all set, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks, Your Honor.
I think so, yeah. So the name in our system is Carlton, and I have the file during the recess. He said it's someplace it's Carlton and someplace it's Carl.
No, Redding's here.
I would be surprised.
Who do you want to go on next?
Donald, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Donald, you can unmute yourself. So we're on the record in docket 22-03347. People of the state of Michigan versus Carl Donald. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Donald, and I believe at some point in this, Your Honor, I'll have a motion to correct his name.
All right. And sir, you are Carl E. Donald?
Yes.
Okay. I have it as Karl Edward Donald.
Your Honor, I think there's a question as to whether it's Carl or Carlton.
Carl.
Is it Carl? It's Carl or Carlton?
Carl.
That's what's on your driver's license?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the defendant wishes to have the matter set for a final pretrial and jury trial.
That's correct.
Okay, set for final pretrial and jury trial. The final pretrial will be live. And a final pretrial date?
The 28th at 8:30 of February.
2/28, 8:30. And jury trial date?
March 14th at 8.
March 14th at 8. All right, so your next hearing, Mr. Donald, will be a final pretrial on February 28th at 8:30. That'll be live on the sixth floor, City Hall. Any questions, Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Sutter, on docket 22-03347?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Donald, you're all set. We'll see you here on February 28th at 8:30. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
That's right. Yeah, she and her mom have to do it on a disability check. That's fair.
Ms. Freeman?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, she was in Zoom earlier. I don't know if she's left, but she was here for quite a while.
She's here.
Is she? Okay.
At least she was. Ms. Freeman, are you here? There you are. All right. Thank you for waiting so patiently. So we're on the record in docket 22, 3, 442, 443, and 444. People of the state of Michigan versus Bethany Freeman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence appearing on behalf of Ms. Freeman, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Bethany Freeman?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Freeman?
Sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people have extended an offer that if Ms. Freeman gets the dogs licensed and vaccinated in compliance with the ordinance, that the people will enter a dismissal. It's my understanding from speaking with defense counsel that she is hoping to do that, but is waiting on payment of a disability check that she's expecting in March. So defense is asking for an adjournment, and the people have no objection to resetting this matter mid-March so that she has the best chance of getting this done.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
So if we can, this is the first pretrial on here.
Correct.
So we can set it the second pretrial for outside of the middle of March.
That would be best, Your Honor. Her only income is a disability check, so she has to wait for that to be able to afford any licenses.
So second pretrial set for
March 14th at 9.
March 14th at 9.
14th at 9. Got it.
Yeah, March 14th at 9 a.m.
If I may,
Go ahead.
we have part 1 right here. We have the rabies vaccinations. We just got to get them licensed.
Yep, we're just waiting on the license bit. So if you can bring that and the license to me.
That'd be perfect.
All right, and should I say it or no? Go ahead. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. The dogs aren't mine. I'm
All
being
right,
held responsible for- Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Ms. Freeman.
Yeah, as long as there's proof that the dogs are licensed, I think you'll be good to go. Okay, Ms. Freeman?
Not mine. Okay, Your Honor.
All right. So that's all for the record in docket 22-03444, 443, and 442. We'll so March 14th at 9 a.m. is the date. All right, ma'am?
Sure.
All right, that's all for the record in those 3 files. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today, Ms. Freeman.
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Redding is probably at FTA.
Yes, we can call him.
Okay. So we're on the record in docket 22-03485. People of the state of Michigan versus Jalen J. Redding. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Redding.
And this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. This-
Violation.
This was, oh, it is set for a PA 53, the bond
No,
violation.
it's a bond violation. He failed to go to probation.
Okay, set for bond violation. This was set for 10:30. It is now 12:08. Ms. Houseville, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would ask for a bench warrant bond forfeiture, and given that it is a domestic violence charge, would ask for an immediate bench warrant.
Ms. Robinson, any comment?
No.
All right. Without comment, but and this being a domestic assault, and there were part of the bond violation is failed to report to probation. Defendant failed to appear, bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. That's all for the record on docket 22-03485. And that's it.
Mr. Mayberry, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you now.
All right, the judge will call your case here in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayberry.
Yes, sir.
So this is you are Michael Pierre Mayberry.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is on docket 22-02037 and 22-01254. I have a probation violation on each one of these that you need to be arraigned on. I'll start with the earlier file and then I'll go on the next file.
Okay.
So this is the time set for arraignment on a probation violation. You're here to answer requests and summons for probation violation. It was signed by Jody Bayless on January 9th, signed by myself on January 17th. It alleges the following technical violations. In violation, you failed to refrain from the use of marijuana as directed. Per Adam South Records, the defendant provided a positive sample on December 9th, 2022. The defendant also submitted a positive sample on December 26th, 2022. So that's the nature of the probation violation concerning this matter. Do you understand the nature of the probation violations in this first file of 22-02037?
Yes, sir.
All right. In regards to probation violation 22-01254, that file, your violation was violated per request and summons for probation violation on January 25th, 2023 by probation officer Jody Bayless, signed by myself on January 25th, 2023. It alleges in this technical violation that you failed to refrain from per Aber Health additional positive test on January 10th, 2023 and January 25th, 2023, and that you admitted to the officer continuous use of THC through the previous week. This sounds like an amended petition, so she amended her initial probation violation to add the subsequent dates and the admission. Do you understand the nature of that probation violation, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have a right to a hearing within 14 days of this date concerning both probation violation hearings. There is a recommendation in the file, but you do have a right to a probation violation within 14 days of the hearing. There's an indication that you were previously represented by the public defender's office on at least one of these files. Let's see as to the other, both of these files, you're represented by the public defender's office. Do you plan to talk to the public defender's office in regards to either one of these probation violation hearings concerning either one of these files?
I'm not sure, sir.
But you probably should, you probably should talk to somebody concerning both of these files. There's, you were placed on probation on both of these files. You have an outstanding year in the Ingham County Jail on one. And so you have at least a year to play with. And then the other one was 6 months. So 6 months to a year of outstanding jail time of incarceration could be on either one of these files. I would think that you'd probably want to talk to the public defender's office in order to make sure that you understand your rights in regards to these files.
Sir, I thought this was my first time testing and everything, and I thought that my first ones were dirty.
You don't want to talk, you don't want to, yeah, you don't, you, up until last week, you were testing dirty.
Last week, wasn't it?
Yeah,
first
up until
time?
last week, you were testing dirty, and you pled guilty and were sentenced on November 11th. And you were sentenced on the other file on October 17th. So you're pretty long, you're pretty far away, you're pretty far along on your, so you probably should talk to a public defender, because you're looking at incarceration, which is what you weren't looking at before when you were placed on probation. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the number to the public defender's office?
No, sir.
But I suggest that you get a pen and paper, and I'm going to write it down for you.
Okay. Okay, sir.
And then I'm gonna set this for hearing. The public defender's office is 517
Okay.
679 2979.
2979.
And
Okay.
you can, and the place of address is 320 North Washington Square.
320 North.
Washington Square, that's Suite 100, Lansing, Michigan 48933. I'm going to set both of these files for probation violation hearing. And I'll give you a date. Make sure you write down the date, because if you leave them a message, you should leave them your name, your date of birth, and the time of the anticipated hearing. So the date of probation violation hearing will be on February 28th at 1:30. So I'm going to indicate that the PV arraignment was held, and that I gave you the number to the public defender's office. And February 28th at 1:30 is the date of the hearing on both these files. If you come without representation, then we'll make a determination if we're going to go forward with the probation officer. And if we do that, you won't be represented. So you should place this as a priority. Do you understand that, Mr. Mayberry?
Yes, sir.
Because as of February 28th, you could be subject to incarceration if you don't talk to a lawyer.
Okay. I thought I was doing well, but I guess not. You
were violated on both files. So I'm going to indicate PV hearing was held, arraignment, and 2/28 at 1:30 is the date of the hearing. And you're supposed to seek representation from the public defender's office. Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Mayberry?
Well, I thought I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing, but obviously I guess I haven't been doing everything I was supposed to.
Evidently not. The first two dates of use were December 9th and December 26th. And then the last date was January 25th. And there's an indication from the probation officer that you've admitted to the officer of continued use of THC. So I don't know what your understanding is, but we're gonna have a hearing on it, and you probably should be represented by counsel, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right. So that's all for the record in docket 22-02037, 22-1254, 154. And Mr. Mayberry, we'll see you here on February 28th at 1:30, okay?
Okay, sir.
All right, thank you. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I have to see my other case. Did
All
we
right.
find the file on Terry?
We have not.
I have not looked. at
Okay,
it.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Huh? Oh, the probation officer.
All right.
I gave you some blank arrow and it's just in case you need to write something.
So let's call, we have a bunch of arraignments. I'm just gonna call them.
That's fine, Your Honor. I'm
Yeah.
just looking for.
So I don't see a Raheem Mushat.
I do not know.
That was scheduled for 1 o'clock. All right, so we're on the record in docket 20-033133316. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Raheem Dekel Mushat. This is the time set for probation violation arraignment. I do not see Mr. Mushat in the Zoom courtroom. Is there a Raheem Mushat in the physical courtroom? Hearing nothing. This was set for 1 o'clock. It is now 1:37. It appears that the defendants failed to appear. And I'm going to issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. You want to, I don't know how you guys, the easiest way to do this, to PBT. Okay. You're free to go with you. He's on program. Is that? We just all right, so Michelle, how do you usually do that?
In the past, we just do it right here in the courtroom,
All
so you
right.
can get the results right away.
Mr. Canvas, I'm gonna have you go with the probation right here in this probation to take a PBT, since we're having an allegation that
You want to
you.
do it out in the hallway? Do you want me to do it out in the hallway?
Yeah.
and Come back in?
Yeah, go ahead. If you need Nathaniel, go ahead. Take Nathaniel.
Fine, I can take him with me.
All right. So on docket 20-03316, the defendants failed to appear in a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. I wasn't sure I finished on that one.
I wasn't sure you did either, but when you called the case again, I was like, wait, what?
I'm just calling some arraignments right now. Mr. Nickel, how are you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good. How are you?
I am good. Busy. So we're on the record in docket 22-01507. Is this the interpreter? Oh, and that's Mr. Jackson, right? All right, good.
Right here. Okay.
All right.
Probation's requesting the interpreter.
All right. So let's have Mr. Jackson and the interpreter come up, and I'm going to swear the interpreter in, and then we'll go ahead and arraign him on these. That's below. That's still using. All right. What's that?
Oh, all the pairs, never mind. I forgot the pairs not anymore.
All right. So we got problems. I gotta find a file. You should be. All right. Let me do Mr. Jackson and all right. So correct. So we're on the record in docket 22-01507.
rekodi kwamba 22/1/0/27.
And I'll swear the interpreter you're in. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Abdallah Mukoma, first name Abdalla, last name Mukoma.
Thank you, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll make a true and understandable interpretation of the witness, considering all these hearings, and accurately interpret the statements made by the witness to the best of your ability?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So we're back on the record in 22-01507.
Kwa hiyo rekodi tena, kwa hiyo namba tulizungumza hapo.
And sir, you are Noel Jackson?
Jina unaitwa Noel Jackson?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for an arraignment in this matter.
Sema hii ni muda kwamba ni ya kurudia haya maneno yalipangwa leo.
All right. And so I'm going to make sure you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you in the arraignment.
Anasema nataka nikueleze kwamba ni yale alikulirudisha hapa alitokea.
Okay, this was on a request and summons for probation violation by Mario Ledesma.
Kwamba ni hiyo ilikuwa kwamba ni Mario Ledesma alikupita hapa kuulize.
It was signed by Mario Ledesma on November 16, 2022.
Kwamba Novemba tarehe 16 kwamba ni Mario ndiye alisaini haya makaratasi.
And it was signed by myself on November 21st, 2022.
Alafu na yeye ikampata hapa 21 huo mwezi tu.
Actually, this was signed by myself on January 17th, 2022.
Kwamba ni anasema kwamba ni yeye mwenyewe jaji mwenyewe ndiye alisaini yani mwezi wa kwanza tarehe 17.
The allegation is you tested positive for alcohol on December 29th, 2022.
Kwamba ni alafu tatizo yalitokea kwamba ni ulipatikana na pombe kwamba ni mwezi wa 11 tarehe 29/12.
And you failed to appear for random testing on December 31st, 2022.
Kwamba na hukuenda kwamba ni kwa hiyo kupimwa kwamba ni huo mwezi yani tarehe 31.
Do you understand the nature of the allegations brought against you for probation violation?
Unapata habari kwa hiyo alikuleta hapa leo? Yes, on that day, I understand the allegation. On that day, I was not in town. I traveled outside of town.
Okay. You understand that these take priority over any other matters?
Kwamba yani haya ni muhimu kuliko tatizo nyingine. Yes, I understand.
All right. What I'm going to do here is at the probation violation after we met, and that's when you were included. Did you have the opportunity to speak to a new probation officer?
Kwamba ulipata muda wa kuongea na huyu probation officer mpya aliyeletwa. Yes, I had a opportunity to talk to the new probation and I got an appointment with her on this month, the 9th.
On February 9th?
February 9th.
All right. So I guess you understand you have a right to a hearing in these allegations?
Nasema kwa hiyo matatizo una haki ya kusamba nayo. Umeelewa lakini?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And is it your request to have a hearing on these or to admit to the responsibility of these violations?
Unataka ukuje usambe nayo au unakubali haya matatizo yalitokea? Admit. Yeah, I admit the responsibility.
So I'm going to raise your right hand.
Nyanyua mkono juu.
Do you solemnly swear affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on a penalty of
Yale
perjury?
unatakikana useme leo ni ya ukweli, hakuna cha uongo wote, unatakikana ukweli. Yes.
All right. So is it true that you tested positive for alcohol on December 29th, 2022?
Kwamba ni ukweli kwamba ni hayo umepatikana na pombe mwezi wa 12 tarehe 29.
Ndio.
Yes.
Is it true that you failed to appear for random testing on December 31st?
Kwamba ni ukweli kwamba ulishindwa kuenda kwa kuchukuliwa vipimo mwezi wa 12 tarehe 31.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir.
Shusha.
All right, so the defendant's admitted to the PV hearings,
Ndio kwamba
probation violations.
mwenye aliharibu kwamba alisema ndio nimekubali kosa langu.
And since you appeared today,
Kwamba kwa muda ule kwa vile uko hapa leo,
okay, I'm gonna adjourn the sentencing
anasema kwamba nitapeleka mbele kusubiri anataka kuja kuhukumu
until after you meet with your new probation officer.
mpaka mpatane na huyu mwanamke kwamba ni hapo chini tarehe 9.
You understand that?
Naelewa.
Okay, and I don't know if you're gonna meet today Or, but you're gonna need a translator when you meet with them.
Anasema kwamba ni saa zile unakutana na wao kwamba unataka upate mtu akushughulikie. Yeah, if you got time. Yeah.
So I'd like to refer this to for sentencing on a PV. Because because he's got a new probation officer. You know?
You wanna do the 28th at 1:30 to set up for like.
Yeah. We'll do probation violation sentencing. Can you put that in?
Find out. If not, I'll just put it as a sentence.
Okay. So I'm gonna set it for January 28, 2023 for sentencing. Oh, I'm sorry, February.
Anasema kwamba ni tutapeleka hii mwezi wa pili tarehe 28 kwa mwaka.
And that should give him some time to meet with the probation officer, figure out the probation violation.
Hiyo ndio utapata muda wa kuongea na yule mwanamke, alafu utakuja hapa.
Let's do this. She's right here. So let's adjourn this with you present. Let's all go out and talk, and you come in, and I'll do the sentencing today.
Anasema kwamba haya yuko hapa, labda huyo mwanamke taenda nje muende muongee, alafu utakuja hapa kwa kuendelea tumalize nayo. No problem, take it.
Ms. Housefield, anything?
Not on the record, Your Honor. I'm gonna step out and talk to probation.
All right.
Apologies, I just
All
spoke
right.
really quickly.
All right. So wait in line to talk to the probation officer, but then once you talk to her, we'll all come in and I'll do the sentencing, okay?
Sema haya wataenda kuzungumza hapo, wakimaliza tunakuja hapa kumaliza pia hapa.
All right. Thank you. And they'll need you to interpret for them.
No, watahitaji mimi.
All right. So just hold tight. Yeah, they'll come get you. Thanks, Nathaniel.
Is it possible to do Miss Allen's sentencing first? She has spec transportation coming in.
Sure, and then we'll do.
And if she's not out of here by 2:15, they may leave her without transportation.
And I have to catch the E-Trans still to get all the way back by.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-02594. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Sean Allen. Will the parties please identify themselves for the record?
Assistant Public Defender Scott Nickel on behalf of Miss Allen for sentencing today. And Your Honor, at the plea hearing, we had requested a restitution hearing. It doesn't appear that that made it on the docket. And so the prosecutor's office didn't actually subpoena any witnesses to be present for that. So they're not prepared to proceed. I would just ask that the court consider resetting or actually setting that portion of it. Because
then we'll need Miss Housefield. Yeah. So let's take a break until she gets here, and then we'll go on the record. Because she'll have to write. We'll have to figure out what the restitution hearing is set for with them present. This is a state statute, right?
Yes, it's a state case.
Let's have just in case. Let's have Miss Houseville here. I'll call your case next. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want me to stay sitting here or where do you?
Yeah, she was just going to talk to the probation agent quickly, and then.
Sorry, my knee is giving me trouble today. But I was shocked that that's not one of them.
Mr. Canvas, you can come up here. Yeah, this will be. I don't think this is a violation of probation. So I'm calling in regards to 20-01503. Miss Williams was here. She's in another courtroom right now. Okay, Miss Williams, I had Mr. Canvas Terry PBT just now. He PBT'd at a .04, which is in violation of his no use of alcohol.
Yes.
So at this point in time, I'm going to remand him. All right, remand him to the custody of the Lansing Police Department. When he's in custody, he can reach out to the public defender's office there, and we'll reset this probation hearing for a time that is probably on a correct date for you.
That's fine, you're on.
And this will probably lead to a second violation, I assume.
I believe so,
Okay,
yes.
because he's tested.
Is he remanded till the next hearing?
So he is remanded to the next hearing. And let me. As soon as they speak now.
13th at.
All right, so this is, I'm gonna write it for our purposes on this registration. So they're PBT'd at a .04, remanded to LPD. Next hearing date
13th
is February 13th at 1:30. All right, Mr. Terry, you made an incredibly bad decision. Making, I didn't smell it on you. The assistant city attorney smelled it on you. It's been confirmed. You're remanded LPD. Your next hearing date is February 13th, 2023. You definitely want to be represented at that hearing. All right. So I'll have them. So reach out to them if you can, but they'll know you're incarcerated because my office will contact them. Okay. All right. So we'll see you on the February 13th on this matter. Please go with the court officer. Miss Williams, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Miss Houseville, I thought this might be set for restitution hearing, so I wanted to make sure you were in the courtroom. So we're back on the record in docket 22-02594, and this is time set for sentencing. Initially, there was an indication that this was to be set for sentencing and restitution hearing. For some reason, I'm not sure, it didn't get on the court's docket for the restitution hearing. And so yeah, restitution, that was part of the agreement. Restitution be determined later at hearing, and it did not get set for hearing. So you, of course, are not in a position to proceed today.
Correct, Your Honor. And I don't believe, unless someone has walked in on a subpoena that wasn't issued by my office, but was aware of a sentencing date, for
Right.
example, through VineLink, the people don't even have a witness here to testify.
All right, so first of all, let's reset. We can sentence today, but let's reset for probation violation for restitution.
You're already violating me and I ain't even done anything.
For restitution. So we will reset for just restitution hearing only. And then we'll go forward on the sentencing. Hearing. What's a good date for restitution hearing?
Let's do February 28th at 1:30.
2/28 at 1:30 will be for the restitution hearing. That'll be determined what the restitution comes out of this file that we're sentencing on today. So restitution's left open. And Mr. Nichol, have you had the opportunity to go over the pre-sentence report with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No additions, deletions, or corrections.
Okay. Allocution?
Yes, Your Honor, I did have a chance, as I stated, to review the pre-sentencing report with Ms. Allen. It appears appropriate. I will note for the record, Ms. Allen is engaged with a psychiatrist. She's already in mental health counseling. So she is taking care of those issues that led to this issue that led her to the court. So the conditions of probation seem appropriate. She has no desire to use any controlled substances or alcohol or marijuana or to be in bars or nightclubs. And so I'd ask the court to place her on a short term of probation to make sure that she continues with that mental health counseling. The court has set the issue for a restitution hearing. But other than that, I think the recommendations are appropriate. And I would ask the court to follow that recommendation.
All right. Does Miss Allen have any time served on this file? I don't see any.
It's all mixed up because they charged me like almost 2 years ago. And I turned myself in and I got a PR bond. And I spent like the whole day downtown Lansing.
All right.
And then they dismissed the case. And then the next thing I know, it was back.
All right. So
maybe a day.
Maybe a day.
Waiting for it to be arraigned, but.
So this is on count one, a guilty plea of larceny by conversion, $200 to $1,000. You are represented. I'm going to suspend. This is a 1 year and or $2,000 maximum penalties, as you indicated. You understood that. So I'm going to suspend 90 days upon successful completion of probation.
Does that mean I gotta go to jail?
No, that means that's suspended upon successful completion of probation.
Okay.
I'll give you my spiel, but I'm not worried about you right now because the ultimate answer is you go to jail, okay?
Yeah.
Or there's a bench warrant out for you.
Right.
So that's the good part of this. We just don't want this to happen again, right?
Yeah,
So hold on here. I'm gonna set fines and costs. Fines at $250, costs at $250, crime victims' rights fee for crime victims' rights fee at $75. I had it painted and now I can't find anything. My calculator.
It's right in front of you, Judge.
My calculator?
It's in that little holder right in front of you next to your screen. Keep going. Judge, it's kind of black.
It's right there. So $250 fines plus $250 costs. Plus $75 crime victims' rights fee, $50 state costs, $360 probation for a grand total of $985. Okay, I put you on probation for 12 months. That'll be $30 per month that I've associated with the cost. There's no assaultive threatening behavior, no use, possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance. No bars or nightclubs. You're not to purchase any firearms as a part of this order. So you will be on probation for as a part of this for 12 months. There is an open restitution hearing that's set for February 28th at 1:30. Okay, ma'am? If you do what you're supposed to do, we can put all this behind you, all right? The problem we have is if you violate probation, I start running out of options. And then, like the gentleman before you, I don't have any options that I send you to jail, okay? And that's what I'm looking to avoid, okay?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Anything else for the record? As a part of this advice of rights, and I'll have you sign this, you could get out within 6 months, okay? It's a year probation. You could actually get out 6 months if you do everything you're supposed to. you can get out, you can get out on early discharge of probation. So if you keep your payments up, you're not violated, you are a candidate for early
I'm
probation.
getting back pay from Social Security here in the next like
All right.
8 weeks.
However
I'm
you
just gonna
choose
pay it
to,
off.
you have the right to request early discharge. That'll be 6 months. But in order to do that, all of your programming has to be taken care of, okay? I'm gonna have, Mr. Nickel, have your client sign this, so she knows that through the probation agent. You need a pen?
Yes. Don't know where my
It's okay.
pens went.
That if you bring it to his attention, that probation agent, who I know, would be willing to discharge you early.
Yes.
What's that? So you should, I know you have to catch transportation. You should report to probation I would say by Friday at 4, okay?
Okay.
That'll give you the week to go.
The lady that you set me up with before told me it was all gonna be on video. She has to sign it.
All right, I think you have to sign an order in order for that to happen.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I will contact Spectran and try to get.
Yeah, contact the probation office by phone, leave your number and see what they want you to, but you should keep in contact. You should report there by 4 today if you're not gonna do it today, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record, docket 2202-594, Mr. Nickel?
Nothing further.
All right, Miss Allen, you should be all set, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, call them today.
Yeah. I'll my number. Thank you.
We're trying to record, so are you here on a case?
Yeah, I am.
And what's your name?
Duke, come here, up.
You're Ariana Duke?
Yes.
All right. Is there anybody who can watch her out there? There is? Somebody can watch her out there?
Yeah, I was trying to get this up right. I'm sorry.
All right. We'll wait for Mr. Nichols. You have a sentencing today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You ready to go, Miss Duke?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Wait a second, because we got to record.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-02940. People of the state of Michigan versus Ariana Duke. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant Public Defender Scott Nickel on behalf of Ms. Duke, who is present and standing to my right.
All right. And you are Ariana Lachey Duke?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. Mr. Nichols, have you had the opportunity to go over the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
The only addition is that Ms. Duke, she is employed. She does DoorDash. I believe she makes on average $600 a week. So she does have some resources. That's the only change.
Okay, so the employment has been added. Allocution, Mr. Nickel.
Yes, Your Honor. I did have a chance to speak with Ms. Duke, and while I agree that based on why we're here, that a term of probation is appropriate, 18 months seems sort of excessive. What she needs to get completed is batter's intervention classes is what's being recommended based on the nature of the charge. And it seems appropriate. I don't believe that 18 months is necessary for her to do that. I would ask the court to consider a term of probation somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 to 12 months. I think she is motivated to put this matter behind her to get programming that's necessary. I would note, as far as the court's consideration of fines and costs, the programming is going to have some cost to it, which she understands. She does have 2 children that she takes care of, and that does take a predominant amount of her resources. The other thing we wanted to address is that as part of her bond conditions, Ms. Duke was placed on a GPS tether. She's been on that tether since her release from custody at the end of November. There was one issue which amounted to her basically driving in an Uber and it being in the edge of the zone for a minute or two. She was contacted. She spoke with them. Yeah, she spoke with them. They explained the problem. She has not since entered the zone now that she understood. We would be requesting that the court consider removing the GPS tether for two reasons. One, the cost of that tether. And two, Miss Duke does have the opportunity for employment doing loan servicing at a bank and other financial institutions. However, that's an employment that it's difficult for them to give her while she has a GPS tether on her leg. She has not reached out to Mr. Smith, even though it sounds like he's been attempting to reach out to her. She does have a desire to honor that court's no contact order she's been doing since her release from custody. And she does have potential third parties who could coordinate any visitation Smith would want to have with their children, which she has custody over. She would like to increase her employment and get these job opportunities because she is going to have to secure new housing. It sounds like the apartment she was staying at, the effect of that fire caused that building to be red tagged. So because of a fire, she was involuntarily rendered homeless. She's living with her sister, but she does seek to have independent housing. So we would be asking for the court to consider removing the GPS tether at this time, leaving the no contact order in place. I think Ms. Duke has shown that she understands the importance of that and is willing to follow that as she has done for the past several months. But beyond that, I would ask the court to place her on a 9 to 12 month term of probation with the recommended services.
Thank you. Ms. Duke, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence?
No, sir.
All right. This is a sentencing on count 2, guilty plea of domestic assault in the second, which was pursuant to 750.813. It's the ultimate penalty in this case is 1 year and or this is domestic second, 1 year and or $1,000 is the ultimate penalty. We're represented by counsel, Mr. Nickel today. It is the recommendation of the court that you spend 10 days in jail, credit time for 10 days previously served. Okay, so no additional time. Okay, but that leaves the court with almost a year of hanging over your head, making sure you do what's right on probation. You understand that?
I do.
So, and I have these options,
Right.
and these options are to make sure that you stay in line. And if you violate probation, you take away my options, and then I'm kind of stuck. You understand that?
Right, I have no problem completing probation. I've been on it before and completed it with no
Right.
problem.
The problem is that it hasn't worked before because we're here again. So let's make it work this time,
Right.
okay?
With the classes, hoping.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know it's okay to get mad. It's just not okay to get mad and hit your loved ones,
Right.
regardless of the situation. And I know the situations are inflammable here. You know, you have children in common, things of that nature. So the best thing you can do is think of the children and not involve yourself in this, because no parent wants to bring her child to this proceeding, right? That's just not the way it is, you know? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adopt some of the recommendation. I'm going to somewhat adopt Mr. Nichols' request, but I'm not going to do it. I believe tether is in order right now until you figure out that you got a job, okay? Until, and I know you're caught in a cycle here, but I need to make sure this doesn't happen again. This is a DV second. That means you pled with a prior, okay?
Yeah.
So, and I understand that the costs are an issue here, okay?
Right, especially the tethers.
You're right. Well, I'm gonna help you along in other costs. And then hopefully with all of this, you can prove to probation that you're a person who's gonna stay away from, at least for now, for the court, the person you need to So we don't get into a DV third situation, which is a felony, right? You know, that's what we're trying to avoid. And all of this is trying to avoid the next step, okay? And the next step is a different court, okay? So I'm gonna set fines and costs at for me as a minimum $100 fine, $100 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum fee of $50. Probation is set for 12 months. So that would be 360. I agree with Mr. Nickel that 18 months is a little long for this. And I want to make a plan for success here regardless. So that the total is $685. So probation is for 12 months. No contact with victim Artinius Smith. Okay, unless a different order indicates differently.
I don't want contact, and his sister got a PPO on me, so I don't know how he.
All right, then I'd avoid that at all costs.
Right.
Okay. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession, alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance.
Right.
That you've seen can get people into trouble. Submit to random PBTs. Your analysis is directed and pay fees. No bars or nightclubs. There is a request for moral recognition therapy that I think would be helpful in this case. Obtain and maintain employment. You are working with DoorDash.
I can't get the job offer.
Do what you can right now, okay? If we have to revisit this in 3 months, we'll revisit this in 3 months, all right? You know, talk to your probation officer about it. Let it come from them to me. But for now, on a second, I just want to be careful, all right?
Okay.
More for you, okay? More to make sure that you don't get yourself in worse trouble, because we don't want this to happen again, okay? And no purchase of firearm or ammunition. I'll sign the order for the court. Mr. Nichols, will Ms. Duke be going down to probation today?
I already went and did like my intake, and I was waiting to sentencing to get like the officer and
All right,
everything.
Check in.
Yeah, you need to check in and sign their order so that they have all the information.
Okay.
The only thing I've done, I've changed fines and costs and probation. I am willing to revisit this GPS tether.
Okay.
Just not now, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Do you know when? Like after
3 months would be a good time period. Okay, 3 months. That assures me that your probation will be that 3 months. I'll feel secure in making sure that we just have a no contact order and then we can go from there. All right.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Nickel, on docket 2102940?
Nothing further for the record.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nickel.
Thank you.
You're all set, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're on a check in with probation.
Okay.
Ms. Burchett.
Yes, she is here.
Are they ready to go? Let's go ahead and do Ms. Burchett and then we'll do Mr. Noel.
Is anyone here on for chat? Let me just check the hallway owner because there's a restitution hearing. scheduled,
Yeah.
if I may. Very quickly.
And that was set for probation.
Yes, the restitution hearing was set in that case.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I would like to notify the court, I do have a sentencing in 55th District at 3:30.
All right. That shouldn't be, we should be able to get through Mr. Jackson in your case pretty timely, I would think. Thank you, Mr. Moss. I wonder if fingerprints does she need to be fingerprinted?
She tried to go down this afternoon before the hearing. Apparently there was some sort of a wait and she I didn't want to not be here. I don't know if the court.
I'm gonna sense you need to be printed today.
Yeah, I'm gonna go right down, I
Okay,
promise.
Yeah, because I'm technically not supposed to sense you without fingerprints.
I just didn't want to be.
I
late.
gave her a copy of the order, so she has it.
All right, all right.
I'm sorry, and they looked like they were very busy.
They probably are, but
But I will-
there's an order for fingerprints. Let's go ahead and do the sentencing. Ms. Houseville, is there anybody here on the restitution here?
There's not,
All right.
Your Honor. So at this point, the people, I guess we could call the case first. Sorry, there's not.
I have referred to probation determination to be set, restitution to be set. And I don't believe that there was any contact from the victim in regards to a statement for the pre-sentence report either.
Not that I saw.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Nickel, you are Ashley Jean Burchett?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Nickel, did you have the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Any additions, deletions, or corrections on 22-02598?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Allocution.
Yes, Your Honor. I did have a chance to go over the pre-sentence report and discuss the matter with Ms. Burchett. Ms. Burchett acknowledges that she made a poor decision here. She got herself involved in a situation that she should not have. And so I think a term of probation is appropriate. While she's not employed, she's actively looking for work. And so she is, what? Okay. She informed me she will be starting back at work at the end of February. So she's working on resolving that. I think a term of probation is appropriate to make sure that Ms. Burchett continues making good decisions, not putting herself in situations that end her up in courtrooms in front of judges on criminal cases. And I think that's what she is desiring to do. And so I'd ask that the court enter a term of probation and allow Ms. Burchett to prove to the court that she is ready to put this behind her.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Burchett, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence?
No, I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant pled to larceny 200 to 1,000. Is that correct? So that's 1 year and or $2,000.
Yes.
Okay. I think the probation is the accurate sentence for you, ma'am. I'm gonna kind of hold that over your head. All right. So I'm gonna suspend 90 days upon successful completion of probation, which means that the onus is on you to make sure that you complete probation. I don't think 12 months. I think we could do this in 9 months. Okay. So I'm gonna reduce it to 9 months. Fines and costs, I'm gonna hit it at 250 fines and 250 costs for $500. Crime victims' right fee of $75. State minimum fee costs of $50. So I'll give you a grand total on that, just so you have some. 75 plus 50, 625. And then $30 a month for 9 months. It's 270 for 845 will be the total. Okay, so probation for 9 months. There's no use of possession or alcohol, marijuana, controlled substance during your probation. Submit to random PBTs in your analysis at direction of the probation officer. No bars or nightclubs. I do think it's a good idea to have moral recognition therapy as a part of this. Obtain, maintain employment. You said you're working on that already, so that shouldn't be an issue. That is the nature of your probation. You'll have to sign an order with the probation department, so you'll be on probation with them. Is there anything else for the record in docket 22-02598, Mr. Nickel?
Other than, I believe this case would be eligible for early discharge?
It is, as a matter of fact, and I have it right here. So you have the right to an early discharge if you ask your probation agent and you coincide with all the programming that's required. So you complete all required programming and you've not violated your probation. In this case, it'd be in the last 3 months. Okay.
Okay.
If you do that, you may ask for early discharge. This would indicate that you've seen these rights and then you sign it, and that would give the probation agent the opportunity to release you early on probation. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Nickel. All right, Ms. Burchett, usually my indication here is that the less we see, the better, right? If you do everything you're supposed to, we don't get caught up and you're not in front of me, and you must have better things to do with your time than be in front of me on a Monday or Tuesday afternoon, all right? So good luck to you. Check in with probation, sign the order, you're all set, okay? All right, thank you.
Yeah, and do the fingerprints.
And do your fingerprints,
Okay,
yes.
thank you very much.
And then Mr. Noel will do your case. You had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Housefield and the probation officer.
Jody is on her way up. She wants to talk.
She's, okay, so did you want to approach?
I just want to judge.
Okay.
I didn't move to change my recommendation, but I originally.
Okay.
I feel. Not a accountability being held towards a duration of time very high. That will
Do you have a recommendation, Mr. Johnson? What's that?
Terminate probation.
All right.
His end date is the 28th of February, so it's more than 6 months with zero problems.
With zero problems, all right. All right. And you've shared that with Ms. Housefield?
Can I speak with you? Sorry. Sure.
I'm just wondering, she doesn't have to be involved in this, so.
Okay.
I just want to know if you shared it with Ms. Housefield.
We spoke about the lack of progress.
All right. Come on up.
I'm not intending to appear. I just
Right.
wanted to make sure that she had some information earlier, so.
All right. So, so this is the time set for a sentencing on the matter. I've had the ability to talk to the probation agent in this case. There was an initial look at this case in regards to what you have completed on probation. And it has come, as I looked at this file, you've completed very little on probation. As a matter of fact, you've tested positive for alcohol as recent as this last allegation which would be in at least into September, October, and then in December 30th and January, you've tested positive for alcohol. So probation is not working for you. It's not an answer to whatever problem there is. And I think your out date on probation is February 28th, and you've done nothing in order to satisfy the court that probation should be an answer. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
This was the initial pleading to this was a drunk driving with somebody under 16 in the car. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. That's the sense of this court at this time. I'm going to revoke probation. So probation's over. And just give you a straight jail sentence. So when you complete the sentence, you'll be done with this. You understand that?
Go to jail today or?
Yeah, you'll be remanded today.
Yeah, itakuwa ni leo. Why?
I just told you probation's not working.
Yeah, kwa sababu hufuatilia sheria za probation.
Yaani mi nafuatilia kwa sababu ukiangalia simu kwenye wananitumia message, ukiangalia message ziko kwa simu, wakiniambia niko na appointment, nitimize hiyo appointment. Yeah, I'm just following the provisions. When I got text message, it say like you have an appointment, I do go there and
Appointments aside, you're drinking while you're on probation.
nasema kwamba appointment ni upande, lakini unakunywa wakati wewe ukiwa kwa probation.
And what got you in trouble here was drinking and driving with somebody under the age.
Kwamba na pia hiyo kesi yako imeanzia kwamba ulikuwa unaendesha gari kwa umekunywa na mtoto mdogo.
So probation's not working.
Inaonyesha kwamba probation sasa hufanyi kazi yake. Lakini wakati nilikuwa naendesha gari na nilikuwa na mtoto, ilikuwa siku mtoto hana shule basi. Ama nifuatilie kwa sababu on that day I was driving with the underage child. There was no school bus, and I was driving the child to the school.
Right, I understand that, but you were told not to drink and you've been drinking.
Ndio kwamba tulikuambia usikunywe na ukaendelea kukunywa.
And there's no getting around that.
Kuna kuenda upande kwa hiyo. Sasa.
So the court sentences on a probation violation to 90 days in jail.
Kwamba ni korokoti wako hapo kwamba ni siku 90 ukiwa kwa jela.
Probation's revoked.
Kwamba ni hiyo probation yako imeishia hapo. Tuweze endelea. Asa wananifunga muda gani? Doesn't talk. Na niko kwa jail.
So that's all for the record in docket 2201507.
Hiyo ndio iko hapo.
We're all set. Thank you. Thank you for your help today.
Thank you.
Ms. Ostrowski, did you want, let's go, Ms. Ostrowski. Do you have a preference as to whether you'd want to do the pretrial or the sentencing first?
I don't, Your Honor.
Mr. Moss, do you have a preference as to pretrial or sentencing?
I'd say I really don't have a preference, but I guess we could do the knock out the pretrial first.
Okay. That would have been I think that would have been the. So we're on the record in docket. And this was rescheduled from this morning, 23-00011, people of the state of Michigan versus Valerie Ostrowski. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Aaron Housefield on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jackie Mossborn on behalf of my client, Ms. Ostrowski, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Valerie Ostrowski. Okay. This is the time set for a pretrial on this matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I had a chance to speak with Mr. Moss prior to going on the record. I've indicated that there is no offer at this time on this file. I anticipate that the matter will be set for a final pretrial and jury trial date.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Moss?
Yes, it is.
All right. So we'll set it for final pretrial on
February 28th at 8:30.
February 28th at 8:30. And jury trial
March 14th at 8.
March 14th at 8. The final pretrial will be live. Just to avoid any, and it's an assault of crime, so it'll be live in person.
Is it still the position of the court that the victim may appear
By Zoom, if they choose, correct. Well, so February 28th at 8:30, ma'am, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Moss. If you have any questions, we'll see you again February 28th at 8:30 on this pretrial. Then as to the sentencing, which is on docket 22-02989. This is people of the state of Michigan versus Valerie Jean Ostrowski. This is the time set for sentencing in the matter. Will the parties please identify themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Aaron Housefield on behalf of the people, also present in the courtroom and hoping to make a statement to the court, is the victim. May he come forward, Your Honor?
He may. And Mr. Moss, your appearance for the record?
Yes, Your Honor, Jackie Moss for and on behalf of Ms. Ostrowski, who is standing to my right.
All right, and you are Valerie J. Ostrowski,
Yes.
once again, okay. All right, Mr. Moss, you've had the opportunity to go over the pre-sentence with your client.
In part, Your Honor, as a, I guess, preliminary matter, I did notice that there is indication on here that there should have been attachments, a victim's statement, victim impact statement, see attached. There was no attachment in the email that I received from the prosecutor's office or
Yeah, I don't send that out. That would be a part of the victim's impact statement to the prosecutor's office. Then it is, that is a part of the pre-sentence report.
okay. And
So I have had the opportunity to read that, but I don't know, I don't know if that's available to the defense, the victim impact statement.
No, Your Honor. it's not.
Okay,
I just wanted to, make sure that I shared everything with my client
Right.
that we were supposed to. So yes, I have reviewed the PSI with my client, Your Honor, in terms of corrections. At the time of the assessment, Ms. Ostrowski did have two part-time jobs. That has since changed. She now only has one part-time job.
all right. And then for the record, and I can give this to opposing counsel, I do have a page and a half sentencing memorandum that I have read from Mr. Moss and the Nichols Law Firm. I have a certificate of completion on an anger management class. I have two emails, one from January 10th and one from January 9th and 10th. And then one February 6th, an indication of a diagnosis from health. Have you had the opportunity to see that?
Those have been shared with me.
Oh, they have been? All right, thank you. Just for the record, so I've received and looked at everything that has indicated from the parties. Do the people have any additions, deletions, or corrections to the pre-sentence report?
No.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Moss.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And just so the court is fully apprised on the timeline of events regarding the pretrial we just addressed. So in the current matter, this incident occurred on or around October 30th of 2022. Ms. Ostrowski entered a plea under 7694A. Following her plea on or around January 2nd, there was an alleged incident that our previous pretrial was for. That matter is obviously still pending, and Ms. Ostrowski is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. In terms of further allocution, I just want the court to know that prior to the October 2022 incident, Ms. Ostrowski had no criminal background. The recent event is not an indication of her typical behavior. She, in way of background information, is undergoing a lot of stressful events in her life. She is going through a divorce, long-term marriage of 20 plus years, along with a custody battle. Ms. Ostrowski is proactively addressing the issues, as I provided the proof of completion of the anger management course, which she did voluntarily, as well as she has been working with her healthcare providers to make any adjustments or modifications on the medication side of things. And in terms of the recommendation, being fully aware of the pending charge, the probation department did recommend a sentence under 7649A, a term of probation of 12 months. I would ask the court to honor that recommendation in terms of the 7649A status. In terms of the length of probation, I would ask the court to sentence Ms. Ostrowski to the shortest time of oversight the court deems necessary to achieve the court's goals of rehabilitation.
Thank you. Ms. Housefield, anything from the people? And then you have a complaining victim that would like to make a statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people are going to rely on the victim statement for purposes of the people's allocution.
All right. So, sir, you're Christopher Ostrowski?
Yes, sir.
And did you have something to tell to the court concerning allocution in this case?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to stand or?
You're fine sitting, sir.
Okay. First thing I'd like to say, sir, is no one's gonna win here. Family's damage. Damage was done to my children, our marriage, our home, everything we fought and built for. Did you want me to read what I wrote?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, my name is Christopher Ostrowski. I'm a victim of spousal abuse. 12 out of the 19 years of marriage has been displayed. Valerie has displayed abusive behavior. That started off as verbal and then eventually escalated to physical violence. Examples of punching, scratching, biting, kicking, throwing items such as cans of food, water, hot coffee, clothing irons, glass dishes, cups, and anything close to her. Valerie has displayed ongoing disrespectful behavior towards my children, Rachel 19 and Hayden 14, as well as myself. In public, in front of family, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and strangers in stores. Valerie would not listen to reason, and she would say she didn't care what people thought. Over the years, I reached out for help through our church, which she refused to talk to her family, who turned me away several times or wanted nothing to do with the situation. I was told everyone has a temper and deal with it. CPS was called on Valerie in 2017, and they given her a resource list. That resource list found its way in the garbage. Valerie refused to reach out for help and threw the list away. Okay, sorry about that. I tried to do the best I could to get Valerie help. Valerie used her health issues from lupus and as an excuse for her behavior. When I went through medical issues, I had relied on my daughter and my son and neighbors and coworkers and friends to take care of me. Over the years, the children and I have been mentally ripped apart and gaslighted. My 19-year-old and I were currently in counseling and seeking help for my 14-year-old son, which my 14-year-old son is currently getting help through the school. And I have a list of help resource list that I got from CPS, and Renee is going to help me find a therapist for my son. Okay, okay. So let's see. Valerie and I have gone through marriage counseling, but it didn't work. I filed for divorce for Valerie over a year ago. Well, it's almost 2 years now, and judgment has not happened due to Valerie not accepting it or is in denial. I want the mental and physical pain to end for my children and myself. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your support.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to see what the recommendation is concerning this matter?
I did not, sir.
Okay. The recommendation right now is that the defendant serve a probationary term of 12 months on probation to the court, do jump to the court's hoops, and then I hold the 93 days in jail as a part of whatever options the court, what the defendant can't do. I have the ability to send her to jail. I guess I'd like your opinion on that recommendation.
I believe if she was removed from the situation further, I think it would do a lot of good for her. I think she needs real help real evaluation and real time away from the situation. My children have changed their phone numbers so she cannot contact them. My daughter currently has a PPO out against her. She has the no contact bond. She has contacted or tried to contact my daughter, myself, through third party individuals. My son is in shambles over this. I believe at least 30 days in jail and some mental health assessment would be a good thing. Like I said, there is no winning here. Nobody's winning, but she does need help. She was incident before this. She pulled out a knife and threatened to kill herself in front of my children. And the cops took her for a 72-hour evaluation, and the hospital let her go 4 hours later because she said, I told what they wanted to hear so I can get out. And I have the documentation from that, from all three incidences that I downloaded to my phone.
All right, thank you. Mr. Moss, in response?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I sympathize with Mr. Ostrowski from the position that he is seated in. I have no intention of attacking really anything he said other than just indicating he referenced a lot of allegations. That would be my only response to what Mr. Ostrowski stated on the record, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I add one thing?
You may.
Thank you. It was after meeting with Mr. Ostrowski and Ms. Rachel Ostrowski, who is the victim in the case from this morning's pretrial.
Correct.
I was made aware of some concerns they had about violations of the no contact order. I did advise them the procedures in terms of filing police reports. My understanding is that has been done.
Yes, ma'am, we were working on that earlier today.
So they didn't know what the process was earlier. So I advised them that they need to, every time that they believed there was a violation, that they needed to file a report. That was done between this morning's time and now. I did advise them that those police reports would be forwarded to the court so that Your Honor could determine what to do about any alleged violations. I did make Mr. Moss aware that this had been going on. Certainly, we don't have any pending violations yet, but with regard to what are sort of being referred to politely, but as allegations, I want the court to have a full picture that there may be violations coming, that they weren't here today already before the court because the victims were not aware of what the procedures are. But I do have concerns if in fact the court finds that there are ongoing violations, that we do at a minimum have a complaint filed that is a similar assaultive behavior while during the pendency of the first one. So I think the court should take those various things into consideration when determining the sentence.
Mrs. Ostrowski, anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Ms. Ostrowski, Your Honor, just for the court's knowledge, yes, Ms. Ostrowski would like to speak. She did prepare a written statement. She's nervous about speaking in public, so she's going to read her written
All
statement.
right, thank you. You may proceed, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm nervous and I don't feel good, so that's why I had to do this. Good afternoon, Your Honor. I want to first start off again by apologizing for taking up your time in this matter. I realize that although I didn't intend to cause any physical harm or to prevent my soon-to-be ex-husband from leaving the premises, that letting my emotions get the best of me and grabbing his hoodie to get his attention to talk about important matters wasn't a good choice on my behalf. His refusal to follow instructions with how funds were to be transferred to myself upset me, and his persistence to try to push me over, push over on me led me to letting my emotions take over. I'm here today asking for leniency in the decision on this matter. I know actions have consequences. My actions not only cost me time at work and a punishment I'm here to receive today, but cost me permanent damage to my left arm, as well as my action led to my soon-to-be ex-husband to react and grab and twist my arm while knocking me onto the ground, resulting in a spiral fracture, needing a permanent rod, plates, and screws to be placed in my upper arm so my arm could put back together. I will always have a surgical scar to remind me of my bad decision. I have continued seeking a counselor about things, and I am currently undergoing care of a psychiatrist. I have taken an anger management course to help me find ways to control my emotions and better myself as a person. It's been a hard emotional road that started when Chris took my son and prevented me from seeing him, and has continued with that. Again, thank you for this time in this matter.
All right, it's the sentence of this court. This is on the count 2 of guilty plea domestic violence 750.812. I've read and heard the indications. This is a domestic assault with a pending assault on a member of the same family. So I think it's important for the court to take as much time as needed for this. That's my initial thought on this. It's not a typical domestic assault. This is a domestic assault where it's ongoing. People have been injured. People are obviously suffering, and I have some question concerning my role in this and making sure that it doesn't happen again. I'm not concerned about a custody issue here. I'm not concerned about any of that. What I'm concerned about is this can't happen again, and we have a pending case where it happened again. Now that's just pending, so I'm not considering that, but that gives me pause, and it gives me pause on one thing, Ms. Ostrowski, that you indicated to the court through your reading is your blame seems to be that you've been injured through this process. I heard very little about the children in this process. I heard very little about the 14-year-old son and the victim of another impactful assault charge here. And that worries me. That worries me to no end, that on some level that you're still in a thought process which is about you intrinsically, and you're not seeking the empathy that, especially of your own children or of those children of the person who you used to be in love with. That's problematic to me. I don't worry about that though, ma'am. I really don't, because I'm going to fashion a probation that if you don't do what you're told, I'm going to put you in jail. Okay. And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to put you in jail to start with. Okay. It's going to be impactful. All right. It's not meant to be fun. What it's meant to be is to show the importance of how this is going to happen. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is, you are working. All right. I don't want you to lose your job. I understand. So I'm going to place this. I'm going to place this on you. You do what you're supposed to, and you won't lose your job. Okay. I don't want you to have any contact with the family. Zero. If anything, there needs to be a cooling off time between what's going on. You have orders and PPOs already set, so you're just going to be in violation of everything by the time, and that's just going to put you in jail and you will lose your job. And I'm trying to prevent that. Okay. So it is the census court that you are to spend. I'm going to indicate 6 days in jail to start with. And that's starting, so 7 days with credit for 1 day. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put you on weekends, all right? So, and we're gonna figure it out right now, so there's no ambiguity, okay? So you are to report, so 6 days in the Ingham County Jail, weekends. And we'll start on Friday, February 10th at 5 o'clock. And you'll be there through Sunday, February 12th at 5 o'clock. That's 2 days, right? You will also be there February 17th at 5 o'clock through February 19th at 5 o'clock. You'll be there February 24th at 5 o'clock, and you'll be through there February 26th at 5 o'clock. That's an initial 6 days, okay, on weekends. So you don't lose your job, because I know you work cafeteria part-time right now. So that will be the initial impact that I'm hoping we all learn from. That, all right, now if you look at this, I have the rest of your time on probation, which is 92 days minus 7 days. That would be 85. And that'll be implemented, that'll be suspended on successful probation. All right. So you're going to be placed on probation. Okay. I'm setting fines and costs here at a minimum of $100 and $100 fines and costs. Crime victims' rights of 75, state minimum costs of 50. You'll be put on probation for 12 months. So that's a grand total of $685. Your 769-4A is granted at this time, okay? I'm granting you 769-4A status. I don't know what's gonna happen with the other case. The recommendation is, but you're gonna do 6 days, you're gonna do 3 weekends, okay? You're to have no contact with Christopher Strowski, third-party contract, any type of contact, and that there's no contact order with the victim in the other case, all right? No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use, possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance, no submit to random PBTs or urinalysis, so you're to submit, no bars or nightclubs. You entered an anger management program. There's a women's domestic violence program and pay the fees that you will be responsible for, and not to purchase firearms or possess ammunition. One of the reasons I'm doing this, ma'am, is this. People don't think rationally during all of this anguish, and I know this is filled with anguish. Okay, I know that. I mean, I've been married 30 years. I don't know how I'd be thinking. Okay, if my marriage was deconstructing somehow. You have to be above that, and you have to take yourself out of the moment, and you have to look out for not only your children and those you love, but for yourself too. If you don't, we're just caught back up in this thing. Okay, we're just caught back up in this thing. It's more assaultive crimes, more jail time, more of all these things that you're trying to avoid. And I'm doing this prospectively because there's a minor child involved, And whatever, you're not going to stop being the minor child's mother 10, 15 years down the road. Okay. It's not going to end. Okay. So some of this is for both sides to really look at the important part here. And the important part here is that you are parents of a child in common together, and that you have to act that way, and you have to be respectful. And that's not kidding. That's not violation of protection orders. It's none of that. Okay. So you'll report to the Ingham County Jail on February 12th. You'll have 2 days there on the 12th, 19th, and 26th. Those are the in date. Those are the out dates. February 10th, 17th, and 24th are the in dates. And Ms. Ostrowski, I can't tell you, if you miss your dates here, you will end up in jail. Okay, you will. Anything else at this point in time? It is recommended. There is 76940 status is granted. We'll continue that, but we'll see how this looks. I'm not creating this sentence with the thought that there's another file out there. That file doesn't exist to me right now. Okay. What I'm more concerned about is the angst involved in this situation, and maybe it's time for a break from this situation for everybody. Any questions, Ms. Housefield?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Moss?
Yes, Your Honor. Just as a reference point for the court, Ms. Ostrowski has informed me, so while all of this has been going on with the PPO / no contact that are currently in place regarding, her daughter, Ms. Ostrowski has not been living in the home. That being said, she was with a friend. That housing situation has ended. Ms. Ostrowski spent last night in a shelter. She just informed me that if she's gone for more than 2 days, she will lose her spot in the shelter. My question would be, would the court consider technically house arrest or some form of GPS?
She will not be gone more than 2 days from the shelter. I mean, she has weekends in the shelter. If they want to contact probation or me, they can. She shouldn't leave her slot. She shouldn't lose her slot in the shelter. But I think that these 6 days are important 6 days for her to reflect on everything that's happened. All right. They can contact probation or our court if they want, if they're confused or there's any ambiguity. All right.
Okay.
All right.
One other thing for clarification, Your Honor. I understand and I agree with you in terms of the cooling off period. There is no current court order outside of this and what Your Honor may be doing regarding the minor child, the 14-year-old. And my understanding is Ms. Ostrowski does not have a means to contact him now anyway. But my question is, are you ordering that Ms. Ostrowski have no contact with the minor child as well, even though he's not under any other no contact or PPO?
I will allow third-party contact with the child per the order. Okay. Allow third-party contact. What is reasonable to me is to let this set for a while before you enact that. All right. Let all this emotion die down, and there's another case pending before you start the third party, that you can have contact with the individual. And I'm gonna indicate for the record that any third party contact with the child, which is what's his name? Aiden, should be in March. Okay, let's get you through these dates. And then, so third party contact with the child on March 1st, 2023, subject to any custody orders that are already out there. Because if there's any custody orders, I'm not going to trump any of those.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Nothing's on paper, Your Honor.
Ms. Housefield?
My apologies if I was
Yeah.
interrupting the court. I just wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be any parenting time orders or anything that this would impact,
Right.
but as your Honor just indicated.
Right.
I think
It's not to trump anything that's already been ordered in custody or parenting theft. All this is that there's supposed to be no contact with the child at least through February into March, and then we'll go from there. I'm looking at this as a cooling off period for everybody, especially Ms. Ostrowski, who I do have authority over. So, I mean, this is for the next year. I'm not worried about you, because if you do something that you're not supposed to do, you're just gonna end up in jail. And so, and we want to prevent that in any way we can. Anything else from the people?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Moss?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Ostrowski, you probably should check in with probation so you can sign whatever orders need to be signed, all right? And then your first date would to be in regards to the Ingham County Jail will be February 10th at 5 p.m. All right, ma'am? All right. That's all for the record in this file. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I won't be here on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to write all over that file. Yeah, a little bit. And then Mr. Nichols, I think this is a bench warrant.
Your Honor, actually, it's going to be in Nolly. Mr. Fisher,
Okay.
Mr. Fisher died in the Clinton County Jail in December.
Did he really? All right.
Yes, and
So,
Ms. Housefield has been able to confirm that.
all right.
And she
People
has
have
a
Nolly.
Nolly she will submit to the court.
All right.
Do you want to go on the record or?
You want me?
Yeah, let's go on the record. Let's go ahead and then I'll let you finish up. So. Great. So we're on the record in docket 2201-268. People of the state of Michigan versus Christopher K. Fisher. This is the time initially set for sentencing. There was an indication that the defendant failed to appear for his scheduling interview on December 7th, 2022. It's my understanding that the defendant is no longer with us, and therefore the people are moving to Nolly.
That is correct, Your Honor. The people learn that the defendant is deceased. I have prepared a Nolly if I may approach.
You may.
Thank you.
All right, so let the record reflect that I've signed the motion in order of Nolly Pros by the prosecutor. It's indicated that the defendant is deceased. Anything else for the record, Ms. Housefield, in docket 2201-268?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Nickel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Nickel, if I'd known, we might have done this so you didn't have to sit through that hearing, but thank you,
Good for him.
thank you for your patience today.
All right. Not a problem.
Let me write my notes in that file and then we can. What's that? All right.